The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Kings are on tilt at the SuperUnited Rapid Blitz Croatia in Zagreb. Despite an impressive score in the rapid section, Gukesh D allowed his lead to completely evaporate, opening the door for a new front-runner to take the reins. And just like he never left, Magnus Carlsen is back on top of the standings, reeling off win after win to reclaim first place. History's highest-rated player is in pole position. Can he be caught? Day 5 of incredible chess. Coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to the final championship day here in Zagreb, Croatia at the SuperUnited Rapid Blitz. We've had the topsy-turvy event for a lot of players, but right now, going into the final championship round, we have Magnus Carlsen as the leader with Duda chasing him closely behind. Who will win it all? Let's go to the studio and find out with Yasser, Miro, and Nazi.
The greatest blitz player of all time has taken over the tournament in Croatia. Now it's a race to see if anyone can keep up with Magnus. Our live coverage from Zagreb starts right now. Hello everyone and welcome to our show. I'm your host Nazi Paikidze and I'm very excited to be here with amazing grandmasters Yasser Seirawan and Evgenij Miroshnichenko.
Miro. Pleasure being with you both. Championship day, fantastic. Hello everyone, welcome to our live coverage of the Grand Chess Tour Zagreb. It's been everything we could want from the tournament. Gukesh performed phenomenally in the Rapids and Magnus performed phenomenally well in day 1 of the Blitz. What will day 2 of the Blitz bring? Who knows, we'll have to see. Nazi, do the honors, tell us the standings after 4 days of great chess.
Let's have a look. We have a sole leader. Magnus Carlsen is dominating the field at the moment after the Blitz. In clear second is Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Gukesh remains in third, and Wesley is now in clear fourth.
Coming on strong. Tell us about the format.
So we are having 2 days of Blitz. Today is the last day, 9 games left, and the time control is 5+2. And it's a regular scoring system, only 1 point for a win.
In case of a tie, it's not looking that way, but in case we have playoffs.
Well, if 2 players are tied, they'll play a 2-game rapid match, where time control will be 8 minutes plus 3-second increment. If 3 or more players are tied, they'll play Blitz round robin with 3+2 time control. If they're still tied, then we will see some Armageddon games.
Armageddon, that sounds like fun. And Miro, talk to us about the players and how they got here.
Well, we have 2 reigning world champions in this tournament, so let's find out. Let's look at the line scores and let's find out what does it take to lead a tournament like that. And we start with Gukesh, classical world champion, who had an absolutely outstanding performance in rapid portion, starting with a loss, but then he went on absolute rampage of a win streak, 5 in a row. And in round number 6 of Rapid, he defeated one Magnus Carlsen. So Gukesh obviously was leading after the Rapid. But then look at his Blitz scores, though. Ouch. 5 consecutive losses, a disaster of a day Gukesh had yesterday. In round 4, he got defeated by Magnus Carlsen, overall scoring only 1.5 points in Blitz. He's still up there thanks to a double points in Rapid. He's on a 3rd position. But let's look at Magnus's performance. Despite losing to Gukesh in Rapid round 6, he won a couple of games, had a lot of draws, and then in Blitz, that was an absolutely fantastic performance. Again, winning against Gukesh in round 4, 7.5 out of 9, which brings him 1.5 point lead going to the last day. Then, well, his main rival, as it looks for now before the start of the last round, Jan-Krzysztof Duda is 1.5 points behind, and these two will be playing in round 16. today. So Magnus has quite an advantage in score over Duda. And yeah, as we are welcoming the last day of the competition, let's hear from Zagreb, Croatia, Anastasiya and Cristian.
Thanks, Miro, and welcome back, chess fans, for the final time here in Zagreb, Croatia. This is it, the championship day at the SuperUnited Rapid Blitz, a thrilling event. For the first 3 days, it was dominated by the current world champion, Gukesh D, but in the process, a giant awoken, and that is the former world champion, Magnus Carlsen. Just incredible performance in the Blitz section, and we caught up with him yesterday in an interview and asked him what happened to Gukesh. Take a look. Obviously, Gukesh came here with a huge advantage, but he struggled mightily. Are you surprised by that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the score is shocking. And, I mean, from what I could see, the games weren't very good either. So the good thing for him is it couldn't really have gone any worse. So he, it's never easy to have an overnight lead in this tournament, in these tournaments. 4 points to me and 3 to Duda is a lot, but it doesn't feel like that much when you don't have the experience. And yeah, so far it's been poor, but hopefully for his sake he can sort of calm down and play with a different attitude tomorrow, because now he doesn't have anything to lose, really.
Shocking score for Gukesh and shocking development in the tournament as a whole. Right now, Magnus Carlsen leading. What's your take on his powerful statement?
Yeah, I think it's very clear that Gukesh didn't perform his best yesterday, and actually to demonstrate this dramatic shift on the top which happened yesterday, we can check the standings of the Blitz portion of the first day, and you can clearly see from here that Magnus is on the top and Gukesh on the bottom of this table.
1.5 points.
Exactly, only 1.5 points against 7.5, which of Magnus. By the way, Cristian, just pay attention that Wesley So had such a great day in the office. 6.5 points, quite impressive as well for Wesley. And even though in the standings he now has 4th position, I think he is actually fighting for the top 3 places right now. I mean, if he has his chance, he will definitely try to push, because for me, it's an indicator of a good shape if you score 6.5 on the first day. So you actually get the confidence to fight for more on the next day. Nodirbek, Alireza and Jan-Krzysztof Duda had also quite good day, but still +1 is nothing crazy compared to Magnus and Wesley.
Absolutely very stable. And I remember Wesley in Paris a few years back. He simply dominated the Rapid and Blitz portion as well. And let's not forget, these players are fighting for a lot, because Magnus Carlsen, despite the fact that he could be winning the tournament, well, he's a wild card. So It doesn't matter for the Grand Chess Tour as a whole. The players that are fully in the Grand Chess Tour are fighting for a lot. For the moment, back to you in St. Louis. We'll be here throughout the day to give you all the updates.
Thank you, Cristian, and thank you, Anastasiya. And do the honors, the pairings for round 10 that is about to begin.
Let's have a look. We have Praggnanandhaa playing against Ivan Saric. The tournament leader, Magnus Carlsen, is facing Anish Giri.
That'll be our marquee match that will follow.
And our backup will be Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Alireza Firouzja.
Absolutely.
Then we have Nodirbek against Fabi and Wesley So playing the world champ.
All right, we were talking about the fight for the Grand Chess Tour.
They're fighting for a lot of money and Grand Chess Tour points as well. The first place winner gets 40,000, second place 30, third place 25. Beautiful prizes for everyone. If someone wins this without playoffs, they get full 13 points, but in case that's Magnus, then points don't count. And then second place gets 10 points, third 8, and so on.
And we see the crowd taking their positions at the Westin there in Zagreb, as this is it. This is the championship day. We'll be crowning a champion.
Everybody loves watching the Blitz.
Exactly. It is fun. Special front row there for the VIP. The players, I guess, are taking their seats. And
yeah, we heard some announcements being made. Of course, one player is still missing. We know who that is.
Right. Magnus enjoys being the last to arrive.
Here he comes with his wife behind him.
I like the way he just opened his heart. Okay, go ahead, won me. I got nothing.
The good luck kiss.
Good luck, yes. I know that improves my Sicilian.
Napraviti predsjednik organizacijskog odbora turnira i naš prijatelj domaćin Marin Marušić. Marin, izvoli. So, Marin Marušić, president of Rapid Blitz tournament, who remains currently on first moving game, Magnus, Carlsen, Anish, Giri.
I think he's been watching Magnus's game and learned he plays knight f3. Marin Marušić, president of the organizing committee.
Thank you, Marin.
Šahovske asocijacije Gari Kasparov, president of Croatian Chess Foundation, will make the first move.
Executive director of Decisive.
Gukesh, so Mr. Abdusattorov, please.
Okay, Wesley, what are we going to do? E4.
E4. Photo. Thank you.
Starting with Magnus, the opening move. Did you see that Magnus had been playing knight c3, not knight f3?
Yes, that's correct.
And he had gotten, Marin had gotten on the side where knight c3 was easier to play. But we do have knight f3.
He went with knight f3, and we have English so far. You can't really transpose to other openings anymore. It's now it's English.
G3, knight c6, d4. D5.
This looks a little bit like reversed Grünfeld.
Exactly. Big moment here, whether you play d4 or not.
Knight c3 has been played, knight c7. It's been a long time since I've seen this opening.
It used to be so very, very popular in the 80s and 90s. And I remember Jan Timman also popularizing this. On the black side, e7, e5 is one approach. Another approach that black players had also tried is g7, g6. Okay, a2, a3, intimating that in case of bishop e7, b4 could be on the agenda. Rook b8, and that was played very, very quickly.
Yes, but I see that it's not a very common move. f6 is played more often. However, Rook b8 is also somewhat popular. There's still over 100 games in the database.
And here, I'm supposing it's all about white playing the move b2, b4.
And for that reason, I think is why black, instead of bishop b7, usually plays f6.
Exactly, just to stop white's intention.
Yeah, now after bishop b7,
I mean,
you wouldn't hesitate, but Magnus did. He played d3, and we still expect to see b4 on the board soon.
Yeah.
By the way, already a minute advantage for Anish.
It's
a bit surprising.
So help me out here. b4, I don't think you can take twice.
Well, now that he pushed d3, I can take bishop b4.
And then I'll play knight takes e5, and c6 is hanging. So I appreciate that I blundered my. Oops, not so fast. The b pawn's in a pin.
Yes.
So there is this moment.
But he played bishop e3. Magnus is not Russian with b4.
Okay.
It's not a novelty. We still have 5 games in the database.
5 games?
Yes.
Okay.
And I can't see who played it. Well, it could be one of his games as well.
Right.
I guess the plan for white now is knight d2 and maneuver.
Slowly. Knight d2.
Knight can go to c4, and then we'll still play b4. And white's mostly playing on the queen side in this game, right?
Yes.
You're the English player.
Zach? Oh, I've played tons of times. I'm used to black playing bishop d7, b6, and whenever the knight goes to d2, black drops the knight in on the e5, on the d4 square,
d4, yeah.
Because e5 is no longer weak. Once this knight moves away, I mean.
a5 just against the b4, but it does create some other issues, right? Now knight goes to c4, and exactly b6 square is completely weak. Would you ever consider playing a4 for white to also take control of the b5 square?
Yes, I would.
Asked and answered.
Okay, so like I said, I'm used to seeing the move bishop d7, and just in time, a4 in order to secure the knight on the c4 square. But as Bobby Fischer famously said, to get squares, you got to give them. White has earned very well the square c4 for the knight, and I'm thinking f7, f6, and the knight will land on d4. Also, when you go knight c4, sometimes there's a knight e6, knight d5, knight d4. Sorry for all of those arrows. But,
I've also seen after black plays f6, sometimes white responds with f4 at the right moment.
Yes. Many, and here we go. Many times the move f4 becomes the break. We no longer have the move b4. I think our timing is actually pretty good.
As we discuss moves, they just keep happening on the board. But he played it without provoking f6 first, so that's slightly different. So now I don't think we'll see f6 anymore. The pawn on e5 is gone.
Exactly, but now this a little bit. Okay, I was about to say there's a little bit of an
That's
awkwardness.
Uncomfortable.
These bishops are kind of raking the position. It would be, if I were in Anish's shoes, I would be very anxious to play the move bishop c6 and to start to get rid of.
On the previous move, I was even considering bishop g5 to try to get rid of the dark squared bishop.
Also. Yeah,
Knight b5. Engine does not like it. It got a question mark. I'm guessing black can maybe just take knight b5 and sacrifice an exchange.
That's a fair idea.
Anish played it right away.
Now it's funny.
Yeah, I can take queen b8.
You know, the rook is coming to e8. If the bishop was not in the way, the e2 pawn would have been hanging.
I really like black's position. Suddenly, all the minor pieces for black look very nice. The dark squares are weak in white's position because we played f4.
Right.
The knight on b4 is beautiful.
A moment ago, there was a lot of pressure in the position from the white side. Suddenly, at the cost of minimal material cost, black's
technically
position,
it's only a pawn, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, bishop d7.
I like this move, bishop back, and I'm just getting news that Gukesh is in trouble against Wesley. Wesley had a great day yesterday. He was completely overshadowed by Magnus. Fantastic performance.
Wow, look
by
at
Magnus.
another question mark from Magnus. Queen d2, a bad move. You know, coming into this round, we expected Magnus to win the tournament, maybe
cruise away
3-4 rounds ahead of time.
Exactly.
But looking at this game, if Anish converts this,
well,
the playoff scenario is looking more and more likely. I mean, it's so early to say. We still have 9 rounds to go.
Exactly. I like Anish's position. I wouldn't say it was winning. Conversion is really a long way.
Well, I just noticed that move ago, Engine was giving almost -2 for black. That's why
I would never have guessed it was that high. Oh, I was about to say there's a little awkwardness in the position. Bishop g5 and b6, b5 could come. And the move h2, h4 is an indication that Magnus
is worried about that.
Yeah.
And since we don't have bishop g5 anymore, Anish could try bishop f6 and go via d4, right?
Now that makes me very, very happy, especially the rook on e8. Now I'm beginning to understand
really
why it was a 2-pawn advantage.
If you drop back, let's say queen d2. Oh, he has taken bishop d5, and that's not a move you'd love to make. Your king is now so weak, and black has 2 bishops in an open position.
Yeah, bishop f6, bishop d4. That one plays itself. The other problem is this knight is not stable. b6, b5 just kicks it back. And don't forget, that's a majority on the queen side.
Yes.
King
I was
h2.
thinking Magnus was going to go with e4 just to at least block the diagonal, but it creates another weakness, of course, pawn on d3.
And here we go.
This
just
is
tossing the knight asunder. Here, knight.
Where do we even go? We don't have a good score. Knight e3?
Well, the problem
Bishop
as I
d6.
see it is queen takes h4.
And just checkmate next move. That can end very quickly.
Yes.
Look at those bishops.
Wow. We do talk about the bishops in an open position.
I think maybe now he has to play e4.
Well, you can see Magnus is not happy about what he's done to his position. E4?
And he has 50 seconds now against 2 minutes. E4, bishop e6, then knight e3. Yes, I'm losing a pawn, but at least I'm not getting checkmated. That's best I can hope for right now.
Tender mercies, but I think this is...
He's done it, e4 on the board.
Wow, I think it's...
The thing is, you don't even have to... You still have bishop d6.
As well.
Wow.
Yeah, no, this has really, really gone off the rails. Knight to e5 defends the pawn on d3 for the moment.
f7 is hanging also.
Yes.
There's so many good moves here for black. Bishop f6 looks good. On pawn f6, I go knight c6, and I finally trade your bishop.
You're absolutely right. I would never, never want to allow that. Hence, bishop f6 is absolutely a beautiful move.
We want to play knight c6, but it feels like that knight can get trapped there.
It's a real temporary location.
Back to g4. Magnus is down to 30 seconds.
Wow.
All Anish has to do now is create a passer on the queen side.
I was about to say, bishop to c3, anchor the bishop in, and as you say, create a passer by capturing some pawns. This knight looks...
I think Magnus is hoping for some counterplay on the king side, maybe... Yes, but it's white's king who is much weaker on the king side.
Well, look at this. Anish is cashing in.
And an update for the audience, Wesley has defeated Gukesh.
Wow, the woes and sorrows of the reigning world champion continue. Wow,
it's a
bishop
very
takes
surprising
g4.
move.
Rook takes f6, allows queen takes b1. He's cashing in his chips,
Yeah,
but is he doing it early?
Do you see that if Valbar jump up, now it's close to equal again.
Wow.
20 seconds for Magnus.
I would not have given up the light. I would have kept the two bishops in that position by just playing bishop c3. I didn't think the knight on g4 was particularly well placed.
Wow, Magnus really long time, 7 seconds now. The position is still unclear.
There's a check in the position.
Giving up the pawn on b3? Or is there some kind of tactic?
And just another breaking news. Ivan Saric, the local hero, defeated Praggnanandhaa. King h3, again, I'm thinking anchor the bishop, but rook takes e4.
There's some tactics now. Queen d7 is also coming in. So and I can pick up b5 or f7.
Bishop d4.
Queen d7.
Queen d7.
Wow, what is happening today? Nodirbek also defeated Fabi, so it's an underdog day today, looks like.
Queen d7,
Magnus.
Queen takes e4.
You know what's shocking? Engine's starting to like white's position here.
Even though the king looks so vulnerable, doesn't it?
But you know, Anish is missing that white square bishop that he traded too early.
He truly is. Yeah, I just felt he cashed in too soon.
But you can feel Magnus now knows, okay, I'm back. I'm back in this game.
Queen d7.
Oh, in the end game, he's not afraid, right? No. Not at all. I mean, he will be playing this for a win.
Absolutely.
How did this happen?
I know.
He was so much worse, and suddenly things turned around so fast. Takes on
e5.
a
little bit surprised that Anish did not play bishop to c3, bishop to b4, play g6, and just, okay, they'll make a draw.
I mean, Anish's bishop is wonderful, so because of that, I think it's still a draw, even though white's up material. But we know Magnus will keep trying.
Absolutely.
However, he does have one passive rook, and it's hard to activate it because we have a weakness on g3.
Absolutely.
They're playing with 5 seconds, by the way.
Rook
That's why
e3.
we're seeing them move so fast.
By the way, bishop e5.
Hard to keep up. Wait,
ooh,
b3
b3
pawn.
is hanging.
I think you forgot about that pawn.
Oh, my goodness. Well, now it's only a two-result game. I mean...
Now it's only black who could win. c4, black is better again. Wow. Okay.
Bishop f6.
What is happening?
We get to play rook to c2 and c3. So.
But you can't go any further, right?
No, I got f.
I can now. Maybe white can take rook c3.
And that's a draw. Well, I still have f4. I still have f4 too.
Yes, f4, take.
King f5, no.
Yeah, king comes very quickly, king f2 and so on. It should be an easy draw, but with this time control, anything can happen.
Well, just a second, rook takes. I was about to say g5, king g3 was just a draw.
Okay, they're repeating for now. Anish will try some king move.
Rook g6.
And now rook c8, active rook.
By the way, in some of those results that you were mentioning, is the round of the underdogs. The underdogs strike back.
We had all decisive results. Alireza also defeated Duda, who's in clear second.
Ooh, that was a big victory
so
for Alireza.
Even if Magnus lost this, no one would get close to him yet, because all the leaders are losing today. Rook f6, okay. So Anish's plan is to bring the king over to f5, e4.
The f pawn in particular is such a good pawn to have in these 2 versus 1s. I mean, if the pawn was a h pawn and there was a f6 and a g5 pawn,
yeah,
there's
that's
something.
harder to
but
play.
this is like
because you always have this f5 ideas here.
This is one of the easier draws.
I think now you can give a lot of checks.
You don't need to, just
and then
pass.
attack e6 if king goes too far from the pawn.
Oh, ooh, f5.
Remember, it was Magnus against Anish.
Yes.
He had f and h. We're going to see it again, but in this case...
It's a much stronger...
One of the pawns is gone right away, and that's a draw. Only draw of the round?
We chose well. Well done for Magnus as his immediate rival, Duda, loses. Miro, we're going to throw it to you. Catches up on a decisive round.
Well, absolutely. That's the game I wanted to look at. So Duda, well, we look at Magnus. Magnus had a chance to lose. So Duda had a chance with the white pieces maybe to catch up with Magnus. Well, it didn't happen. His game against Alireza seen a very classical, I want to say, position from Scheveningen Sicilian. And Alireza, well, starts moving his a-pawn, and you would be surprised how far and for how long this pawn kept advancing. So somewhere here, a4, bishop g5, a3. You cannot take the pawn because the knight on c3 is hanging. Bishop to d2, a b2, rook a b1. That's the first time I've paid attention to this game, and I couldn't understand a thing. What's happening? Apparently, computer says it's still fine for white, despite optically it looks miserable. Knight a4, knight to d5, discovered attack on the queen, queen b7, and this is where white just had to take on b2, like knight b2, take e7, take b2, and computer claims that it's okay for white.
Okay. Which
we might agree or disagree, but that would have been much better. And instead, Duda went with knight a5, seemingly winning material. Right. So in a way, it was similar misjudgment as Magnus is against Giri. You win an exchange, but you do not enjoy the resulting position. So rook captures the knight, knight e7, queen e7 intermezzo, bishop a5. You win an exchange, but the b2 pawn survives.
It lives.
And then it takes you some time to win the pawn back. Bishop c3, knight ce4, bishop takes b2, and queen to d7. So white has extra exchange and pair of bishops. Black only has a pawn for an exchange, but it's a massive formation in the center, very strong knight on e4. And the bishop on b2 is not really useful in such position. And guess what? In 22 moves, the position looked like this. So eventually black collected all the pawns, and this pawn started running. And yeah, and there was no way back.
Thank you, Miro. We're going to throw it over to Zagreb. Oh, standings.
Let's take a look at standings first. Things have changed because some, upsets have happened.
Extra half a point for Magnus.
He extends his lead with 2 points. Duda lost, but Wesley won, so now he's sharing third with Gukesh.
Finally caught up to Gukesh. He was so far behind. Now it's time to go to our friends Anastasiya and Cristian in Zagreb.
Thanks, Yasser. Yes, absolutely fantastic round here with a lot of topsy-turvy chess. I have to say, Magnus going from losing to maybe better to losing once again, and finally it was a draw, but also the chasers losing Gukesh and Duda as well. A very, very eventful round. Which was the game that you were watching, Anastasiya? You were in the playing hall as well.
Actually, yes, I ran to the playing hall to see the end of the game between Magnus and Anish Giri, and I must say that all players were gathering on the stage watching the end of this game, of this battle. Anish looked like really confident. I had the feeling that he can do it, but then Magnus defended so well. Of course, my eyes were on a different game. I was checking the game between Nodirbek, Abdusattorov and Fabiano, Caruana, and after this kind of theoretical battle, they came to this position which wasn't really played before. After bishop b6, I didn't find any other game. And so it was just like some kind of maneuvers. I mean, look, Nodirbek decided to bring the knight from d2, then all the way to c3. And they were just walking around, developing pieces. But I think it was a really good plan to play f3 and open this f file.
You want to use what happened later. Right?
Yes. First of all, you want to open the position, but also you want to open this important file for the rooks. And this is what happened later on. I would like just to go all the way here, where I think from this moment it became a little bit unpleasant for Fabiano. Really hard to find some counterplay, even though he brought the pieces to the king's side. But White has enough resources to defend his king, so he simply continued to put his pieces on the better positions, decided to give up one of the bishops simply because his pieces are very active on f file, and you will see later that the White's bishop became also really, really dominant in this game. And I think, yeah, I mean, after bishop came all the way to g6, it's really unpleasant. I mean, your king is stuck on g8, and it's really hard to do anything with this rook on f7 and so many threats from Nodirbek.
Full control over the f file. I really like the way he played Nodirbek, and then I'm sure he corralled this pawn on g4 somehow. Let's see.
Yes, and also I must admit that Fabi spent so much time. You know, at one point it was like 1.5 minutes against like few seconds for Fabi. So I don't know what happened. Probably this position from the very beginning was kind of unpleasant for Fabiano. This is my guess. And later on, White took everything. I mean, a few pawns more, and you can understand that the game is over basically for Fabiano.
Yeah, absolutely. Bad structure. You don't have any dynamic play as black to try to find some counterplay. This one is, I have to say, it was a flawless game by Nodirbek. Now, another flawless game is this one between Wesley, who you mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast. You feel like he's in really good shape, and he is in really good shape. A player against that's not in good shape, especially in the blitz, is Gukesh, of course, really struggling, the world champion. Bishop to e6, this was a gioco piano. He did find the right moment to strike with d5, but the position stays very complex and very dynamic as well. And this is what Wesley does so well. He takes his chances, as you will see in just a second. Knight g3, the other knight goes towards f5, towards the black king, and at some point you can already sense it. There's something coming. There's some sort of a sacrifice coming. Bishop takes h6, knight takes g7, a lot of ideas. Queen to e6 was just simply a bad move. Because right now I'm going to utilize the pin down the e file, play the move d4, close up the bishop, put a lot of pressure in the center, but most importantly, open up the bishop on c2. And after queen to d7, knight takes g7, the best move in the position, a nice sacrifice, another piece sacrifice. Wow. You cannot take this one. And perhaps this is what he missed. King to g7, queen to g5, king to f8. It feels like you're running, you're 2 pieces ahead, but I'm not going to take one of them back. That, in fact, would be bad.
Yes.
Knight f5, very nicely calculated. There's no way to defend against checkmate. You can give up the queen, but that's just simply not going to be enough. So after calculating, you mentioned the discrepancy in time. Look at the time. 59 seconds for Gukesh, 3 minutes for Wesley at this point, king to h8, and it was just all over after that. Wesley brought all of his pieces into the attack and delivered the goods. Just an incredible dominant performance by Wesley So. And he's currently, right now, on the podium. He's back to the podium in 3rd place. So definitely Wesley is looking good in the blitz portion for the moment. Guys, back to you in the studio. Let's get ready for round 2.
Thank you, Anastasiya and Cristian. A dominant performance, and once again, the standings after round 10.
Magnus Carlsen in clear first, has a 2-point lead now. Jan-Krzysztof Duda remains in second, and now sharing third is Wesley with Gukesh.
With these results, let's take a look at the pie charts. We can only guess. what it might look like.
Well, pre-tournament, Magnus was a huge favorite, almost 70%, and Firouzja and Fabi were in second and third.
But look at Gukesh, virtually giving no chance. Let's see how he climbs the ladder.
After day one, he climbed it just a tiny bit.
1/10 of 1%.
Magnus extended his lead at 80%. But after day two, there's some changes.
My money's on Gukesh.
Yeah, now Gukesh at almost 8%, and Magnus has dropped significantly.
Right.
Duda at 18. After day three, that was when Gukesh was leading, and look at that, 31%, 34% for Magnus, and Duda at 27%. Rest of the players, almost no chances.
Exactly. But then came the dominating performance of Magnus in the first day.
And now look at that, 88.7%. Only Duda is at 9.9%. The rest of the players, not a big chance.
Not much of a pie chart. It's like you got the whole pie. Let's take a look at the pairings.
Wow, we have a big matchup. It's Alireza Firouzja against Magnus Carlsen.
That'll be our marquee matchup for sure.
Our backup will be Fabi against Duda.
In second place. And
actually, Wesley's doing really well, and he's playing Prague also. I mean, every game is important here. And Gukesh is playing against Nodirbek, and Nodirbek just defeated Fabi, so that will be another interesting match as well.
And was it Ivan Saric also won in the
Ivan Saric won a game against Prague, and that was quite an important game, I imagine, for Saric, because it was hard to watch him playing the rapid, getting all these good positions, and then just missing this final touch.
Exactly.
So this last Blitz game, I want to say, was the opposite, because Prague had an advantage, and then was it nerves? Was it like just, an earlier round, first round of the day where you sometimes not in a full shape? But anyway, Saric wins, and I guess by now he proved he's not only kind of the local player who was included there, he's absolutely deserving participant of this event, so well played. Looking forward, 8 rounds to go, Magnus leads with 2 points.
That's huge.
I still feel like this pie chart might not be accurate, and you should give the entirety of the pie to Magnus.
Well, yeah, this fight for second is heating up with Duda, Wesley So. I mean, when you're a world champion, you never discount the world champion. But Gukesh really needs to rediscover and find a form here. And if he were to put a win streak together, a 3-game win streak, I mean, he's not completely out. It's just that he's had such a horrifying day yesterday, that he might have lost his confidence.
And Wesley can help himself with the
GCT
they're fighting
towards
for
standing
GCT points, right? And you can see here some of these players are also participating now in Croatia and fighting for these points. And Wesley is currently sharing last place with Gukesh at the Graduate Store standings.
Right.
So 10 points will be huge, or 12, right?
Truly, I mean, he hit the trampoline. And you see why it's so important for Prague and Alireza and Fabi to score well, Nodirbek and Duda. I mean, that fight for those Grand Chess Tour points, you need to be in the top 4 to make the playoffs.
And not much time left, right? There's only 2 more events after this left.
And they're all in St. Louis. We're excited for the Grand Chess Tour to arrive here. Miro, was there a game that we didn't get a chance to take a look at that I think you wanted to show us?
Yeah, well, couple of moments, couple of fragments from Prague's game against Saric, I believe, deserve to be shown.
Please.
So it was, well, first of all, not to talk much about the opening, but that was 1b3. This was this Nimzovich-Larsen opening. And we've gotten to this position where computer likes white, and both players seem to fail to understand the importance of g4 square.
G4.
You'd be surprised. So white apparently could have played g4 or h2, h3. What happened in the game was queen c2 intending to castle long, which black ignored, where at queen c7 after castle long, white actually got an advantage. And the right reaction was knight g4. And, well, sometimes it is typical to go knight g4, but what surprised me when I started analyzing this, the computer, h3, no, that sacrifice is typical, but what computer does, goes queen h4, g3, and not knight e3, not bishop g3, but goes queen h6. And then you start looking at this position, and you start looking for the way for white to castle, and there is no comfortable way. So f2 is hanging, Like you move the rook to f1, h3 is hanging, and white just stuck with the king in the center. And it's not like a huge advantage for black, but that was the way for black to play.
Okay.
And when he allowed castle long, now white is better, and white was much better, say, in this position. Yeah, just had to continue with queen d2, defend the g5 pawn, and computer in all of those positions, it goes for h5, h6 eventually. And Pragg went g6, which happened to be a mistake, and later on, Saric proceeded to win the game.
Amazingly enough, the game started. That happened very quickly. And we have 1 e2, e4 on the board by Alireza. Huge matchup. And I thought coming into the tournament that it would be a fight between these two players. They were the pre-tournament favorites, but it hasn't worked that
4-point difference between them right now.
Yeah.
It's mostly because Alireza didn't do well in the rapid portion.
Exactly.
In Blitz, he did okay. He got 5 out of 9, which, again, for him, it's not okay.
No,
we expect
+1 is
a lot more from him.
Exactly. Again, Joko piano, but a Hungarian system with the bishop on e7 is a very solid choice for black. It's a tad on the passive side in the sense that this bishop on e7 is not as active as its counterpart.
And, you know, Magnus's approach is probably accurate because he doesn't have to play every game for a win now. He has a 2-point lead.
Right.
And he can let others come at him, and then he will get his chance.
Okay, bishop e6 kind of invites knight d5 because you're not allowed to take with the knight. Knight takes, e takes is a bit of
But we
embarrassing.
can take with the bishop.
Yeah, and then just a quick question. Shall we have a look-see? You're going to play knight b4, I think.
Yes, I want that pawn on d5.
And then I'm going to try to...
e4, maybe?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that if you get a position like this, there are some
Knight
tricks
f5, right? Yes,
that maybe you're not feeling happy about. But e4?
He didn't take, by the way. Yeah, e4, and then I went to take on d5.
And it's more or less a little bit balanced. I've got the two bishops. He did not capture h7, h6 by Magnus, right?
Yes, now we'll probably c3 with the idea of d4.
Absolutely, c3. Very sensible move.
What is black's next move? If we're not taking on d5, what is the plan?
Usually you're going rook e8, you're going bishop f8, you're just saying, you've got a knight on d5, congrats. What else have you got? So rook e8, bishop f8, you're solid, you're just maybe bishop to g4, something to think about.
Solid, but quite passive for black.
Agreed. It's passive, but it's so hard to control a game from start to finish, right?
Especially with the black pieces?
Yeah, early initiative, I would say, Alireza is going to say, look, I came out of the opening with a nice advantage. I had something I can play with. Yes, says Magnus, but is it anything real? Queen b3, okay, just kind of playing little tricks with Magnus. Is queen takes b7
Do you play
a big
rook
threat?
b8 or queen c8? How do you defend the pawn?
I defend the pawn. I'm not sure. I was waiting for Magnus. He was a little bit slow on the uptake.
You wanted him to answer the question.
Yeah, rook b8. I think queen c8, okay. You no longer have bishop f8.
Oh, that's
right?
a good point.
So h2, h3, just...
So Alireza is delaying d4 a little bit.
Yeah. I'm expecting bishop f8. Again, just keeping the tension in the center. I'm not saying that knight e7 is a threat. No, that's the wrong
Can the
news.
other knight maybe head now to the queen side, knight d7? Since your queen's on b3, I could maybe jump there with a tempo.
That's a thought. Knight to d7 to c5.
But
I wanted to tuck my bishop in just because I'm always a little bit disconcerted by the move knight takes e7.
Right.
Now knight d7 to c5, that
White will play
appeal.
d4, right? We've been saying, we've been waiting for this move. Sooner or later it's going to happen.
Exactly. When you do play the move knight d7, you do lose your pressure
Exactly.
on e4.
All right, d5 finally taken. Now pawn takes?
What else? Knight e7, what else?
Knight goes to g6. And of course, now we have to switch. Oh, I was going to say we need to drop our queen because it's not doing anything, but it's still doing something. You're going for the pawn.
I was pawn hunting. Bishop a7 in case of rook a8. Let's just... d5 is hanging, so I...
Maybe queen c8 now.
Right.
Yes, I can get my pawn back.
And...
You do have bishop, pair of bishops.
In a funny kind of way, you drive me all the way back. There was a bishop on a7. Look at them.
They're following our line.
Yeah. Well, again, we don't get a chance to say this too often. We haven't been very good at predicting their moves. But today, they're playing well. Today.
This round, yeah.
Yeah. Queen takes b7. We expect queen c8. Magnus is winning his pawn back. But at the end of the day, 2 bishops, you think it's serious?
I don't think it's serious, but if we play this long enough, long term, 2 bishops will still have some advantage.
Well, if the players were reversed and Magnus had the 2 bishops, we would be sitting here saying, okay, Magnus has achieved his ideal.
That's true.
Knight b6. I think that was very well timed, just when the bishop has no chance of going to b5 and c6.
Yeah, we have to retreat to b3.
Exactly.
And now c5, c4 is coming very soon.
Again, very, very well timed.
And that's why black is not worse here, because they have very active play.
I'm dropping back with the bishop, and
maybe g6.
I just wanted to say, in case of c4, my bishops suddenly feel like they're starting to work, and maybe this knight is not so great, but you were not going to play c4. You were about to play g6?
Well, we see a question mark.
d4
has been played in a position where we least expected it.
Yeah.
Is it? Okay, I mean, it makes sense because he has 2 bishops. He wants to open up the position. However, maybe he missed that black can close it up with e4.
The timing feels really, really bad to my eyes. Knight to c4, and suddenly this knight on b6, it was a little bit marooned, I want to say.
Knight d5 now? Well, let's bring another knight.
e4 pawn?
I was so excited to just...
I know. A g6 is a kind of a temporary temporizer. Keep that knight out, d5, but I like also, if I could use that square d5, that would be very, very nice.
Wait. I can play knight d5. Rook e4, knight c3, and then knight d2. I win a piece.
You're right. Bishop to d5. You win an exchange. Yes. G7, g6, but I think the move knight d5 is still on tap. Maybe including rook b8, followed by knight d5. Okay, something has gone wrong
G3.
for Alireza now.
Now knight d5 is still possible.
Yeah, I feel that with rook b8 and knight d5, Magnus...
Initiative for black.
Yes, exactly. Uh-oh.
We know what happens when Magnus gets the initiative.
Usually it's not a good sign. Clock times?
They have about the same time, 1 minute and 45 seconds.
So I felt like Alireza came out with a little bit of something out of the opening, but that advantage has disappeared.
Badly timed.
Exactly. D4 was the culprit.
I think Magnus is calculating knight d5.
You know, it's easy for us in studio. I'm sitting there saying, he did play knight d5 on cue, if you will. But if you don't play knight d5, the move I would find attractive as d6, d5, with the idea just bringing the bishop. Bringing the bishop out to b4. But
this is a tough choice. Do you improve your knight or your bishop?
Exactly.
And you have about 20 seconds to figure it out.
Less.
Yes. No, this is unpleasant for white, for sure. What do we do? Rook c1, maybe?
Okay.
I'm not happy, though.
No.
I have 2 bishops, and both of them are sitting there passively. And the knight on h4 is out of play as well. So just maybe we should show the audience why rook e4 is not a good move.
Okay. Rook e4.
Why the pawn isn't hanging?
You told me that you would get me from behind with the move knight d2 attacking the rook, attacking the bishop. The bishop would go to d5. I would win the exchange, and in the resulting position, you only have one pawn, and the rooks are very, very active.
Yes.
He has played rook c1, and definitely Magnus in the driver's seat.
Rook b8 looks beautiful.
Rook b8 is
He's about to play it.
absolutely.
I think now we have to take on c4, right?
He
Played
played
a5.
bishop a2.
I just noticed he could have taken on c4 and the pawn on a5 was hanging, but black can pick up any of the pawns. a4, b2, d4.
b2, yeah, a4, that's a tempo. Yeah, bishop a2. Things are going better and better for Magnus. Knight takes c3.
Oh, rook takes.
Knight takes b2.
d5.
perhaps?
And an update, Wesley has drawn his game against Praggnanandhaa.
d5 followed by bishop c3.
Ooh.
Looking
good.
Knight takes b2, rook takes c8.
He's played d5.
d5.
This is a position where improving your bishop is more important than snatching a pawn on b2.
Well, for sure. And remember, it's 4 rooks, but also do measure the difference of quality between the minor piece, the knight on h4, which needs 2, 3 moves to get back into play, versus this bishop, which can suddenly
Now,
parachute
I'm
into
also
position.
looking at that d4 pawn is unprotected. Bishop g7, right?
Perfectly timed. Yeah, nice. I was about to say, I wanted to go back with the knight to b6, give me this pawn.
Oh, but looks like rook c4 was a mistake that Magnus should have taken with the pawn instead. But
It still looks good, though, doesn't it?
yes, if Alireza took rook e4, somehow Engine was saying it wasn't so bad. To us, it looks lost.
I think Magnus... Clock time, sorry?
Oh, I didn't notice Alireza's down to 5 seconds. Very long time. Magnus still has about 27.
But this sure looks dominating. He's just won a pawn. The bishop is fabulous. No, actually, it goes like this. 3 words. The bishop is fabulous. Are we playing c3?
Bishop.
Are we playing c3?
C3 looks good.
F5.
But there's no... Wait, c4 is hanging. I forgot.
But we've got rook to d2. Whoa.
Alireza had knight e3, but he just played with 1 second.
1
knight f4.
second?
Yeah.
Okay,
this looks bad now.
Magnus is cruising now.
Yes. Yes, he missed the 1 move, knight e3, Alireza, but no time on the clock.
2 connected pass pawns for black. That should
Just
do
e3
it.
now, f4.
Should do it. You can't take on f5. I've got rook f2 check. Comes back. You can't take on f4. I've got rook f2 check.
He sacked his knight to take some pawns, but
And there's a
resigns.
handshake.
Let's jump to-
Impressive victory.
nice victory indeed. Let's jump to Fabi's game. He's winning against Duda. What is it? 3 pawns against the rook? Interesting imbalance, but the
Nope.
resignation. Duda losing 2 in a row.
And
Coming into this, today he was in clear second. Let's jump to Gukesh.
I was about to say, for
Still
Wesley,
some games going on.
where is Gukesh? Gukesh is playing against Nodirbek.
Oh, it's not looking good.
Ooh, there's connected. Whoa. Queen ending. But Gukesh is
Down,
pawns behind.
we'll be down 2 pawns because h6 is falling, but yeah, it still requires technique. But it's much harder to defend this with white because you can easily blunder queen trades.
Precisely. That's the one thing as white you don't want as a queen trade.
4 seconds for Gukesh.
Whoa, queen there. Okay.
I think he just wants to avoid the queen trade
Of
at
course.
all cost.
Absolutely.
Nodirbek's gaining a lot of time on the clock with all these checks. Queen c2.
Uh-oh.
Is he going to take on b2? I mean, with a check he would, but now actually Gukesh's king has improved. It's much better up there than it was on the first rank.
The worst thing about these queen endings is you can deliver so many checks. At one moment you're ahead on the clock. The next moment you're seconds behind. And again, what is...
Okay, he's finally taken the pawn. They're both below 10 seconds, so...
Okay, so his idea is that any check on g8 would have been met by the interference with queen g7. So he's trying to set up
don't take the pawn on b7.
Yes. Queen b7 check, queen g7 check.
Wow,
okay,
Gukesh
now Gukesh must be losing.
He's losing, but also not easy with this time control to win. King g7, check. Although, if you lose the b2 pawn as well, it should be fairly easy.
Yeah.
Oh,
queen c6 check.
Nodirbek's doing very well in blitz portion.
He has been struggling in the tournament. It's nice to see him recover. Miro, I think that's all of the games. I'm going to toss it to you, and you can tell us where all the action was.
Well, you seem to cover all the action, guys, but just to once again illustrate, Gukesh continues to struggle. As you just witnessed, he lost this queen endgame, and from the opening, he actually had a very, very promising position. Would he address the only counterplay threat that black has? And the move was f2, f4 to stop g5. And you control a lot of space, and the knights are not as active. And then you can continue with queen e3 and so on. He went for queen e3, and it turns out after g5, the favor, well, the position is in black's favor. Yeah, the scales turn. g5, f3, you have to stop g4, and then you create a lot of dark square weaknesses. Knight h5, knight f4, black is already much better. In a couple of minutes, in a couple of moves, rook f4 was a terrible oversight by Nodirbek, and then Gukesh could have had played g3, rook f5, rook back to d1, trapping the rook. And that was perhaps his last chance, his sudden chance in this game for an advantage. Instead, he went all out d5. Everything was traded on d5. On f4, bishop b3, queen b4. Once again, a trade on d5 happened, queen c2, and this is how we've gotten to this queen endgame, which there have been some shifts in evaluation, but basically black seemed to control the advantage all the time.
Yeah. Thank you, Miro. And the standings after round 11.
Well, Magnus has extended his lead even more now. It's a 3-point lead, but Wesley has jumped in second place. He's not clear second, sharing with Duda. Wow, and Gukesh still in fourth, despite his loss.
We thought it was going to be a 2-horse race. Nope, 3-horse race. As we throw it to Zagreb and Anastasiya and Cristian.
It's difficult to understand what's happening with the world champion Gukesh, but right now he's just simply not able to recover in this first 11 games, I believe, of Blitz over the last 2 days. This one was a very painful one, but you are having your eyes on a different game, the one between Wesley and Pragg, and Wesley is surging through the rankings right now.
So Wesley actually defeated Gukesh in the previous round, and now he was playing against Praggnanandhaa with white pieces, and he got quite good position out of the opening in Jacobiano, but then what happened is that Pragg found a really nice way to equalize this position, like after knight takes on d4, really brilliant move, knight e4 happened in the game. And now if you take this knight after d5, you have to find a way what to do with your pieces, so probably you will give up this bishop.
But now I have the 2 bishops.
Yes, you just have
I think I'm better,
bishops.
Actually.
And normally you're better. So Wesley decided to take first on f7, at least to change pawn structure a little bit. And later on, somehow he managed to activate his pieces on the king's side. After a couple of exchanges, what happened is that Pragg, for some reason, decided not to continue playing. They repeated position at this moment, but I think Black actually has a really comfortable position at this moment and can actually continue playing for a win after moves like maybe c5, removing the knight, and then
I think it was mostly about the clock.
I absolutely agree with you, Cristian. I saw this time difference, and I thought this was the reason he decided just to go with a draw at this.
2 minutes for Wesley against 40 seconds for Pragg. Maybe the practical decision for Pragg.
What were you checking? Yes.
I was watching this game between Anish and Ivan, and it was a very, very complex and balanced game, I have to say. The only difference was at this point made by the pawn on b6. This was Black trying to get something against the king on g1, but the king is so safe, and I'm also ready to exchange the queens, which is going to make my king on g1 even safer, right? You're sort of piling all of your resources on this idea that you're going to be able to checkmate me. If you don't do that, then you're having a weakness on b6, but also your rooks are a little bit interlocked with each other and they're not doing great. Queen to f5, rook to d4. I really like the way Anish is playing this one, and rook takes g2. He said, you know what, I have to do something at this point. Queen to f3, king to g1. It's very important that my queen on d8 is protecting against rook to g5. Otherwise, it would be a checkmate, right?
Exactly.
Bishop takes e4, and we got to this position. And in fact, after bishop to d5, queen to h2, apparently a4 is still a draw. Keep the position as is. Nobody plays a4. Everybody will give this check on g4 with only a few seconds on the clock, but after queen to g3, in fact, you're completely losing. If you try to keep contact with this checkmating threat of queen to h1, I exchange the queens. If you take my pawn, as it happened in the game, I exchange the queens with queen to c3. And after exchanging the queens, Anish is just having an easy way towards a victory. Just an incredible, important victory for Anish.
Good start
as well
for him.
For the standings. Absolutely, yes. Absolutely. Let's take a look at the standings one more time. We have Magnus, of course, everybody knows right now he's extending his lead at the top, 19 points against Wesley's and Jan-Krzysztof's Duda's 16 points. It seems like it's going to be very difficult to catch up with the Blitz co-world champion. Let's go to a quick break and hear from the players. How do they prep for this type of event?
What role does preparation play in your success as a top player? And how do you stay ahead in opening theory?
Yeah, no, preparation, you need to somehow combine all of these things and find the right balance. With the openings, you want to be, of course, well prepared. You want to remember a lot of important lines, but you also don't want to over-rely on that because it's really hard to switch to playing. If you're like focused so much on memorization, the moment you suddenly forget at the board, you have total panic. You also want to be warmed up for the tournament, so at the same time you don't want to be then burnt out with all the chess, and you want to remain fresh as well, because if you play too much chess, after a while you're missing that freshness, that inspiration enough. So you have to find the right balance, because if you are like too fresh, then you are too rusty. So I'm always looking for the balance. It's always difficult, but it's always what you try to do.
Well, I don't think I stay ahead in the opening theory, to be honest. I'm merely, catching up stuff. In these days, everyone of course prepares with engines and people play, a lot of fancy ideas. Yeah, it's just about, remembering stuff in the right moment, I would say. I would rather, copy or sometimes maybe modify ideas of others, rather than creating my own.
Yeah, when I first entered the elite level, I think one thing I was struggling with is openings. In general, everybody at the top is very well prepared and have a vast knowledge of openings. I always try to come up with some kind of new idea whenever I play, and yeah, I've had a lot of fun games in preparation.
There are a lot of resources for opening preparation. There are a lot of databases, engine games, correspondence chess, a lot of top-level tournaments. I kind of get through that games and try to find new directions, new novelties. Also, my coach Rustam does a lot of work so that we can, keep up with the new opening theory.
Yeah, preparation is important, and as you said, openings are quite important at the top level, and everyone is well prepared. Also, the way we are preparing, I think, is changed constantly. Like a few years back, I don't think we would look at lines like Benko, for example, to play at the top level, but now with the computers, you can literally make anything possible, and that makes the opening area wider, and you have to keep looking at everything, and it's getting difficult in that way. You have to remember a lot, but this is just not a problem for me, a problem for everyone, so we are all at the same level anyways.
It's not always been easy, because 10 years ago, I was usually playing guys like Anna and Kramnik, Topalov, the older generation, and they're great players, and I've been studying their games ever since I was a little boy. But nowadays, with newer generation of teenagers, it's quite difficult to understand the way that they play chess. Guess you gotta be updated and study their games, try to understand how they play.
I wouldn't say I stay stay ahead. But let's say I have a bit different approach than the new generation. I think I'm more like old generation player with my repertoire and just sticking to it. I'm not usually the guy who prepares during the tournament. I prepare most of the time at my home, checking lines. In general, I like to save energy during the tournament in the morning and not to waste time on preparation so much, just to keep my energy for the game, because most of the time it's just like 99% matters on the board, not before the game.
The role of opening theory is quite different now than it used to. It used to be. Opening theory now is so advanced that you cannot really play the main lines anymore with white. If you want to win, you always sort of have to adjust and find little tweaks. So also the trust in computers these days is such that we know that they will not make huge mistakes as they might have done in the past if you don't study something deeply enough. Like now you can generally rely on them, and that means that it takes much less time also to prepare well. So I would say that the role of preparations, it's both easier but also more frustrating if you're actually relying on the opening to get games. Thankfully, it's less important in Rapid and Blitz because you can allow yourself a little bit more in terms of playing worse lines.
This is especially difficult these days because we have so many resources that are available to everyone, and there are so many players who are motivated to work, maybe 6 hours or maybe 10 hours a day, whatever they're working on. It's an enormous amount, and then you have to keep up with that. So it's very difficult. In the past, it was a bit more relaxed. Engines didn't show the ultimate truth, so it was a bit more like, you can kind of put your own input a bit, and you didn't get punished as harshly if you didn't stay up to date. I think that now it's especially difficult.
Yeah, opening is very important these days. It's maybe almost like you could see where the game is going out of opening. So I work a lot on opening, but still, every day you have to be updated. If you are very good at opening and then you quit for 3 months, 4 months, then you are not the best anymore. So you have to be every day working hard.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's take a look at updated standings after round 11. We know that Magnus won his game and extended his lead. Now it's 3-point difference between him and Wesley and Duda, who are sharing second.
Exactly, and we've got a big round 12 coming up. Tell us about the pairings.
That's who Magnus is playing. Wow, he's playing Fabi. It's going to be a big matchup. We have Duda against Gukesh, our backup.
Right.
And yeah, we'll be focusing on those two games.
Nodirbek and Wesley, they've emerged. Nodirbek is actually finding his form, and Wesley too. That's going to be a very nice backup game as well.
The first 3 boards can decide everything in the tournament. Yeah.
Miro, we talk about Blitz chess, we talk about streaky play. Magnus, we're not talking streaky play. It's just good play.
Yeah,
he just plays good.
Every round.
Every round.
Every round, yes.
Yeah.
Well, that's the problem with Magnus. He has a lot of those winning streaks, but I can barely remember any losing streaks. So unlike other players, right?
Exactly.
When you have your good days, you have your bad days. Maybe Magnus had bad days, but his bad days are better than somebody's good days.
Exactly, exactly.
So that's
I was looking at, and we've spoken about in the Rapid, what a fabulous performance Gukesh had in the Rapids, and what a fabulous performance Magnus had in day 1 of the Blitz. What were the TPRs of those two players, the tournament performance rating? Because I'm thinking Gukesh played at about a 3,000 level. I'm thinking he's playing at about a 2,500 level in the Blitz.
Maybe even less.
Maybe even less.
And maybe even less. And maybe Magnus was at a 2,750 level in the Rapids, below his expectation, and now He's at a 3,000 level.
Yeah. But that was a story with classical chess back in the day when, well, a few years back when Magnus
was trying to approach.
You're right. Okay, he was trying to approach 29 at some point, and I remember him having, like, as journalists agreed, not a great tournament. He's second. Somebody wins the tournament, then you check, and he still shows 2,800 before.
Exactly.
in a bad tournament.
Exactly. Players taking their seats for this round 12. Magnus with a 3-point lead. He's cruising, but he's got a big challenge ahead of him in this round as he's playing against Fabi, one of the highest rated players in the world, as is all of these players.
And all the other players are rooting for Fabi.
Yes.
So they can have a chance to catch up with Magnus.
Derail him. And we've been talking about the GCT points and how Fabi, as a tour participant, he has to fight and make every GCT point so that he can get to the playoffs. Magnus isn't so interested in classical chess and is not a full tour participant. Okay, let's go, says Magnus.
He's going to adjust. Knight f3 again? What do you think?
Well, I'm sure it's not going to be knight c3. I just don't believe.
I wouldn't be that sure.
Well, that was pretty close. b3. Okay, kind of goes to show that in the main line variations, I don't have much. Let's play something a little bit offbeat and see if I can't wrong foot you and find an advantage. Bishop f5, very solid London defense against the Nimzo.
It's funny that Magnus is thinking here. Why wouldn't you play Bishop b2 right away?
Well, because in a World Junior Championship, I remember I was playing an opponent who played Bishop a3 and right on cue. So the idea is just to disturb you from playing e6 and you losing the right to castle. I played knight d7 in order that I could recapture with my knight, but I felt uncomfortable. And Bishop a3...
we've only made 4 moves and there's only 3 games in the database.
Exactly. I'm more used to seeing knight f6 followed by bishop f5. Okay, c2, c7,
so
c6.
So Fabi's doing this kind of Slav setup.
Okay, so if I take knight c3,
are you provoking?
Give me the pawn, and in case,
E6?
just in case of e6, I'm just wondering.
I'll retake with the knight at this point.
Yeah, I'm just wondering.
And again, they're following this line.
No, he didn't play e6. He actually played knight g8, f6.
So he's most likely to fianchetto that bishop? Or still play e6 or e5?
Black.
Black. I'm talking about black's bishop on f8. Since he didn't play e6.
Right. I'm unsure.
I mean, e5 looks interesting, but then we do have to take with the king on f8.
Right.
And then do the, fake castle in with g6, king g7.
Castles by hand, as they say. a7, a6. Okay. I'm wondering if I can't do something a little bit offbeat. No, bishop e2
and e6.
So it does feel like an exchange Slav where there's not too much into it.
Yeah, except instead of d4 we have f4.
Trying for an imbalance.
Big imbalance in the position, yes.
It's not everybody's cup of tea, but you could consider g4 and f5.
I was thinking bishop f3, first improve, develop more pieces, and then think about g4, g5, g4, f. Wow, Magnus is playing on the queen side as well, b4. That I didn't see coming. Yeah,
Viktor Korchnoi had a rule. He told me, Yasser, you can be better in the center. You can be better on the king side, or you can be better on the queen side. You can't have all 3. That's overextending yourself.
Magnus is challenging that.
Yeah, so Magnus is saying, okay, I have some edge on the king side, I'll have some edge on the queen side, and sometimes you're overplaying the hand a little bit.
I mean, so far he's in control of his position, but it's hard for me to see what the next step is, because you have to commit to one side.
Yeah. If I'm in Fabi's shoes, I'm probably playing rook c8 and knight to e4, just so that I can put some pressure on this knight and, kind of relieve a little bit of the pressure on the queen side, h7, h6, making luft. And again,
I think
trading this knight makes a lot of sense to my mind. So
what do you think about Fabi trying e5 and opening up the position a little bit? And
a good guess.
Yeah.
Knight g4 gives me a checkmate.
b5, all right.
What is Magnus pursuing over there?
Well, he doesn't have any advantage anymore on the king side, space advantage, I mean. So he's switched fully to the queen side now. Are you worried about knight g4?
I don't think so. I think I do have a good response in rook f4.
With the tempo as well.
Yes. So I don't think knight g5. So
Fabi has taken on b5.
AB queen takes b5.
Okay, so both b7 and d5 pawns are targets. But Magnus shouldn't forget about the king side.
I was about to say, don't think that.
Oh, that's an easy blunder to make.
Exactly, it's a very easy blunder. What should I do?
b6.
Rook b8, queen b6.
If you refresh your board, we get the current position.
Thank you.
Should Fabi take or?
No, I'm not interested in helping the structure there. A takes b6. I don't like seeing the rook landing on a7. I feel like I'm on the back foot. So more or less I'm ready to play rook d8 and maybe challenge. I understand e6, e5 and hindsight and all that good stuff, but I thought, putting the rook on c8, playing knight e4 was just an easier path. At the moment, I think somehow Magnus has squeezed something here.
Really, I'm still uncomfortable with white's knight on d4. It's a great knight, but at the same time, I'm so used to seeing a pawn there, and it's in front of the pawn. It just looks awkward.
Okay, so let's say we play rook c1. Maybe on a good day we start to...
Knight b5. So you want to take control of the c file.
Bingo.
That's a good plan.
Well, thank you. And of course, he goes after the F file. Like Victor Korchnoi says, you got to make a decision. Are you playing on the queen side? Are you playing on the king side? Are you playing in the center?
Magnus is still playing on both sides.
He did. He played a4, a5, b4, b5, and yet he's now focused his attention on the king side. I don't think rook f6 is an immediate threat, but it's just he's asking questions.
Can black play knight c4? That changes up the structure if you take it, but I think I'm happy with it as black.
Sorry, I have always, whenever I see these types of things, I do.
It's like in the Sicilian, right? Rook takes c3.
Yeah, but I can't follow it up with knight d5, so I'm less
enthusiastic about it.
Yes, exactly. Less enthusiastic. I think knight c4 is a good move.
Yeah, however, Magnus is not... Well, maybe you are forced to take. There's some tactics. d2 is hanging. In some lines, maybe knight e3 is an option.
Absolutely. Whoa, queen d6, okay. A moment ago, he declined because there was a rook on a1 about the spring tip.
But Fabi could have played rook d8 then. So it feels like he just wasted a tempo?
Maybe.
Do you think Magnus should just switch back to the queen side now? Take on d6 and then bring the rooks over to the b file.
But you can't. Rook b1, he'll take it.
Oh my God, I keep forgetting that.
That
bishop is so sneaky.
It's lurking in ambush on the b file.
Yeah, he's taking the queen.
Okay.
Maybe rook a1 for now.
Well, I like your idea of switching to the b file. I just don't know how I'm supposed to get the rook to b4.
How to get rid of that bishop on g6? Block it somehow.
Knight f5. Okay. But at a certain moment, black can switch from defense to offense with rook on a8. Give me the a pawn. Is clock time's a factor between these two
Magnus has 1 minute against Fabi's 2 minutes. So yes, wow, g4. And just to update everybody, Wesley has drawn his game against Nodirbek.
Those two players are kind of hot along with Magnus, so a draw between them doesn't damage either of their results.
Every other draw helps Magnus.
Would appear. Rook A8, as advertised, I'm willing to...
The G4 was a bit strange to me. Does he have time to really push H4 and so on, or what was G4's idea?
I don't know, but I'm looking at this bishop coming to C2. Oh, there is knight C5. I apologize. I was about to say bishop C2, going after the
Knight.
The knight. Again, good move.
Fabi has played knight E4. I like it.
Very, very much so.
If I take it now, you'll take with the pawn, right?
Yes, and that
Completely
would
cut
be
me
beautiful
off.
time. Beautifully
Yes.
timed.
So knight B5, but given this 4 knights, wouldn't you pick black's knights over white's?
I would, and I liked your move knight C4 a moment ago, and I like it still.
And we're not watching that game, but Gukesh apparently is winning currently against Duda, who is in second at the moment. Duda has
Sherry
2
would-
losses so far.
Exactly.
today.
He started off badly in today's championship rounds. Knight C6, okay. Going for the A5 pawn.
H4, I was going to say, if
Whoa,
he
whoa,
wants to
whoa.
say A, say B, right?
Well,
I think there's rook A1.
there's rook C8 check and H5.
Very nice. Wow, Gukesh already won his game. Duda 3 losses in a row.
Okay, just a second. Things are really heating up in this game as Magnus is looking for an opportunity of playing knight to C5, H5.
Knight G3 maybe, tempo move.
Knight G3, I'm thinking king F2.
Then I'll take on E2 and then figure out how to defend from Knight C5.
Exactly. Good plan.
Yeah, I think that's my only option. I can't go back to D6, so. Oh wow, another big update. Saric Ivan has won against Alireza Firouzja.
We were talking about Ali. Whoa, whoa, whoa! That happened very fast. We were talking about Ivan Saric not just being a wild card, but having a seat at the table, deservedly so, as he has won.
I think Magnus is struggling. I was just watching his body language. It's like, what
Well,
do I do?
Just a second. D6, D3 is hanging.
D3 is just hanging.
Knight takes D3.
But
bishop
he could take the knight on G3 instead. All right, he's played rook C7. After a long think, he's down to 10 seconds.
10 seconds. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Well, Fabi doesn't have that much either. 25.
That was a really good move by.
Yeah, rook C7.
I'm thinking we got to play bishop F7 and just, whoa. I can't guess the moves.
Everything's hanging. Can we just pick up?
This guy is a little bit stuck, isn't it?
Welcoming knight, bishop D3. Oh, B5 is hanging. I don't like that Magnus traded G3 knight for B5 knight.
Well, wait a minute. He's got ideas. He's
96, right?
96 and.
But this is rook D7. It's traded, rook D4. So he's
Yep.
just down a pawn now.
He's down a pawn.
Okay, he's maybe. No, he's not getting back. Knight F3. G5.
Wow. In those complications, I've got to say, Fabi played it incredibly well.
He did indeed. And Magnus is playing really fast. He knows he can't afford to spend too much time anymore. Engine says this is a draw, but he is down a pawn. At the moment, down 2.
He's going to pick up one of them, that's for sure. I think it's.
Is it for sure?
I
Bishop goes to G2? I don't know.
I've got knight H6. I was
H6.
saying I'm picking up one.
Yes.
Not this one.
I was looking at D5. Yeah.
Exactly. Knight back to F5. This looks very solid.
It's like a fortress, yes.
Yeah, just put your king back on H2.
Oh, he can also take on G2.
What?
Now, Fabi is one who's low on time.
King to H2? Or, oh,
Knight
you
G2.
want to take on G2.
I don't know if it's an easy draw, but should be. Takes,
Yes.
rook E3, and then rook F5. It's, well, oh,
That's
G5.
right.
That's very nice.
A very important little touch there, by the way, because if Fabi had the time to put his rook on E5, he might have been able to torture Magnus for a while. Oh, this is
Yes,
just a
and
forced repetition.
Just king comes
E1.
2 seconds. Oh, no, 7 seconds. Never mind. I misread that.
Yeah.
D2, and okay, they're going to agree to a draw. King versus king. We still have one game going on, actually. Pragg is playing his game against Anish.
Let's jump to that one.
And they just have 3 seconds on the clock. I'm sure there's a lot of blunders going on.
Two pawn
Pragg
advantage.
is up 2 pawns, but his king is weak.
Yeah, and there goes 1 pawn.
And we see Valpar shoot up earlier, but we...
Whoa. Okay, it was time. There was checkmate on the board coming, but this is hopeless.
Completely winning for Black. As long as Anish keeps that 1 g6 pawn alive.
Bishop to d7. Let's go. What?
F3.
Bishop to f3.
It's still winning. Black king can catch the b pawn.
Yeah, the b pawn is not going anywhere, and you've got this beautiful blockade on the king side. Bishop e1 check is the threat. Bishop.
1 sec. Oh, he flagged. Pragg has flagged, but nobody's noticing it.
Wow.
Well, congrats to Anish.
Very, very, very nicely done. Miro, bring us up to date. What happened in round 12?
Well, a lot of decisive games, and the one I wanted to look at specifically was Saric against Alireza. Okay. So Ivan Saric, as we've already mentioned, should not be underestimated, and he proved it in a very, very spectacular fashion. So, despite what you would think, it's the Richter Rouser. Yeah. It started as the knight of with
Queen c7,
bishop to g5, and instead of going for the poison pawn with queen b6, Black went queen c7, allowing White to take. Anyway, this was the position I wanted to start my analysis, and a little bit describe like what happens usually here. So White either goes after the h-pawn with rook f1, f3, h3, or tries to break in the center. And it's very, very rare to see that White wins. What file would you think White wins on? White wins on the A file. There'll be a lot of White pieces on the A file, ladies and gentlemen. So, castle's long. Some people prefer to keep the king in the center, by the way. King to b8, rook f3, going out of the h-pawn. So h-pawn goes to h4, bishop f1. Protecting g2 and getting ready to transfer all the pieces to the queen side. So queen to b6, already here something is off with Black's play. Knight a4 and queen to a7. Queen is getting stuck on a7. Knight a5. Well, objectively, knight a5 shouldn't have led to like big advantage would Black play bishop e7. But this is where Alireza starts to being fancy as well. Rook h5, attacking the knight, hoping for White to trade on c6, and then rook perhaps will be shifted on the 5th rank. Saric says, no, let me block the 5th rank. So now, once again, objectively speaking, ef5, it's a very ugly move for any Sicilian player, but ef5 should have been played, and it's close to equal, maybe even Black is slightly better. Knight e5, contrary, knight e5 is very logical, that's what you have to do, but it happens to be absolutely wrong in this position. Rook to b3. b5. And, well, there was still one kind of halfway out for Black to capture on a4, and it really starts to be messy because Black has to sack the queen, has bishop c2 check, king a1, bishop d1, White goes back knight a5. It's a messy, messy position. You go here, check, bishop b5, a4, d5. You cannot really stop, coming up with tactical tricks. White is better, but it's very sharp, and anyone can blunder. Rook b3, and then the final mistake. b5, c4. And there was no way back, and the game finished. Bishop h6 attacking the queen. Check. More pieces on the a file. Queen arrives. C takes b5. ba6. It's absolutely, absolutely just getting wiped out of the board. Rook b7 and Alireza reside. King d8.
Knight
any sensible move wins, I guess. Knight b6 wins the easiest. So, yeah, an opening catastrophe, if you will, for Alireza Firouzja. And, yeah, this can happen.
Thank you, Miro, as we take a look at our updated standings after 12 rounds of play.
Well, Magnus still leading with 3 points, but look at what changed. Duda is now not sharing second. It's Wesley and Gukesh.
Hello, Mr. Gukesh. Nice of you to wake up and join us. Look at that, a victory for Gukesh. He's tied for second.
Yeah, he's defeated Duda, and maybe he can start his winning streak now.
Let's toss it to Zagreb for more updates.
I was looking at this game between Nodirbek and Wesley, and I will let you, Anastasia, take that game between Gukesh and Duda later on. But because this one did not have a lot of history, the game between Nodirbek and Wesley finished first, and it was quite a quick draw, I have to say. They exchanged pretty much everything after d5. You can see the only imbalance in the position is that white has a couple of bishops, the bishop pair, of course, and black has a knight and a bishop. But black has a lot of compensation for it, and that is brought by its dynamic play on this long diagonal. Bishop to b7 is going to come. You have plenty of compensation for the two bishops. Bishop to e2, bishop e6. After we exchange the queens, once again, there's not much play in the position. You will take the e4 pawn. I will somehow get to the c3 pawn, and that's exactly what happened. And the players decided to make a draw. Now, I know your game was much more exciting than this one.
Absolutely. First of all, I was really not ready for another loss of the world champion. Like mentally, I was not ready to see him losing again. And thanks God, he actually managed to win one game today so far against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. But actually, what you are doing when you are having such a terrible tournament, are you trying to play for a draw? Are you trying to play still for victory? It's a very good question, right? What actually you are trying to do? How are you trying to recover from all these losses you had yesterday? And he started the day today with 2 losses as well. So I think it was really powerful game played by Gukesh. So let's have a look from certain moment. Yes, I wanted to go to a moment when he played knight g6 here. And just to pay attention that it seems like the position is like pretty balanced if we check the material, but at the same time you can notice, Cristian, that this king on h2 can be in trouble. And I think the whole strategy of Gukesh was based on trying to get to this king.
Yes.
So I like this move knight g6, already opening a little bit f-file and hoping for more. And I really like that after bishop f3 he played this really interesting move g5.
Opening up the dark squares.
Exactly, like yes. Trying to use the fact that this bishop is still on c1 while black's bishop is on b6 and ready to jump either to c7 or back to b6 depending on the situation. So after g5, queen d6, very important intermediate move, king to h1. Of course, black is not taking on h3 at this moment. No need to do this. He just took on g5. I was very happy also with his time management because at this moment Gukesh had about like 3 minutes. Sorry.
2 minutes and 29 seconds against a minute for
Duda. Even at one point it was like such a huge difference, and I think this is something what he is trying to improve, his time management. Very important. He probably noticed that on seconds he really all the blunders are happening when he has not so much time, which is very logical. So after queen g2 he played very important move bishop c7. Now of course you cannot take on g5 because it's a checkmate on h2, so he indirectly protected this pawn on g5, and after a couple of moves like knight f5 exchanges and very nice move g4.
I like this move.
Like opening one more file. Yes, your king seems to be also a little bit open, right? But he just simply calculated
well, the thing
everything.
Is, if you take with a bishop, then you allow me to go knight to e4, knight e4, knight g3. If you take with a pawn, as you just did, then it opens up the h file. And of course, you cannot take with the queen. It's a nice sacrifice.
Yes, but look at this. So he took on g4. I just want to show you the end. After king f7, he is definitely threatening some moves like rook h8, rook h2, or maybe queen c5 or bishop b6. And after move rook d1, he just played accurate move queen c5, you know, making sure this king doesn't go anywhere. Yes, so after rook d4, white is trying to close this diagonal, but bishop still is on c1, and rook e1 happened, and he just resigned at this moment because there is no basically good defense. I'm happy for the world champion because he's back into the game now. He's into the tournament, so now he shares, I think, second place.
Absolutely.
And it's a very important because, like, if he would have kept losing, I thought about it. He can actually be at the last place. He can finish this tournament at the last place. It would be just so crazy.
I think it's a great victory for the world champion. Again, he's shown it time and time again, his resilient mindset. And I think we're seeing that from him right now to win it against one of the players that he was fighting with for those podium spots, Duda. And great victory for Gukesh, and we cannot wait for the next round between Magnus and Gukesh. So right now, if anybody wants to catch Magnus, they need to start beating him because he's just running away with the event. Back to you guys, and we're getting here ready in Zagreb, Croatia for the big clash between Magnus and Gukesh.
Thank you, Anastasia and Cristian, as we're going to take a look at our GCT Tour events.
What's coming up next? Everything is going to be in St. Louis. St. Louis Rapid and Blitz in August 9 to 17th. Then we have Sinquefield Cup. And after that, the top 4 will go to Sao Paulo, Brazil for GCT finals.
Yeah, those are the playoffs. Tell us about the GCT Tour standings as they fight to get to those playoffs.
Yeah, for those top 4, right now Maxima Shelagrav is leading the tour with 20 points. Prague is in second with 18, Alireza in third with 16.
And you can see why those Wesley So it needs those GCT points and the current standings at the tournament.
Right, Magnus is in first, but he can't take any GCT points.
Right.
So Wesley, Gukesh, Duda, and others are fighting for those 10 GCT points. And Wesley Gukesh sharing second.
But what a big pairing we've got coming up for round 13. As I'm looking at that 4th board.
All eyes will be on Gukesh against Magnus, absolutely. And also notice Wesley, Duda.
Yes.
So all the leaders are just playing each other now.
Yeah, 2 great games coming up for round 13. But Miro, you had a game fragment you'd really like to share with us.
Yeah, let me return to the board. And that was Prague with Anish. We just caught a tiny bit of end of it. But believe it or not, at some point, Prague's advantage was overwhelming. In fact, in this position, with Prague to move, it was as much as
win.
plus 13, which pretty much means instant win. Bishop to d5 would be just sealing the deal because you can't move the queen. Bishop f7, and I don't know if he just overlooked that, okay, obviously king h8 is queen f8 mate, but maybe he missed that there is queen f6 and queen g6 or something of that nature. Anyway, he did not play bishop d5 and later on kept missing a win, and over here he also missed a draw. It was absolutely vital to control the d5 square. Prague, I imagine, with very low time on the clock, he went queen c7, still attacking f7, and absolutely forgotten about this draft on a long diagonal. And then he had to go queen f7, and we've seen the rest of it. So Prague, despite getting good positions, he has a disastrous score today.
Wow.
Yeah.
What a terrible,
Him
terrible,
and Duda
terrible move.
are struggling.
And Duda as well, also struggling, because Duda had the very impressive day 1 of Blitz, and we thought it was going to be a 2-horse race between Magnus and Duda. But it's nice, I've got to say. It's not a grudge match or anything like that coming up, but it's really nice that Gukesh is in a share for second as he once again faces Magnus.
Can't wait to see. I mean, and Gukesh is coming off of a win, so he must be feeling a little better now after all that. After yesterday's bad day and today, first couple of rounds didn't go well for him as well, but this is the perfect time to play Magnus.
It is great. Now, with a 3-point lead, Magnus is thinking, look, I need 2 draws, and I've got an absolutely clinched, I'd have to lose.
How many rounds are left? 6?
5 rounds, I think, left, right? Well, this one.
Yes, 5. 13. We're going to play round 13.
Exactly.
5 rounds left. So he only needs 2.5 points to guarantee himself first place.
Does he need that many points?
Well, I don't know if he's already played Wesley and Gukesh. Well, so that depends.
Well,
on
he's
that.
about to play Gukesh. Gukesh with the white pieces. Jump in, Miro. Okay, we know Gukesh needs a win and to make the tournament interesting, and when his Indian fans rejoice, what's he got to do with white pieces in terms of gaining an advantage?
In Blitz?
Yeah.
I do not think you play for an advantage nowadays. I think you play something offbeat from pretty much from move 1.
B3, knight f3, knight
exactly,
c3.
As Carlsen shows that, that's the way to go, I still think. Because maybe that was one of Gukesh's problems, by the way. Okay, once again, who am I to analyze him? But that he tries to play Blitz as he would a classical game, which worked very well for him in the Rapid, but in Blitz it's almost impossible to do, and he's a very fundamental player. He plays hard, complex strategic positions and then blunders on seconds, which doesn't make much sense, to be honest.
I think in the Blitz, the most important thing is to just play the opening you're most comfortable in. That's it. Get a position you're comfortable in.
Right.
Doesn't have to give you an advantage. Doesn't have to be theoretically approved, nice opening.
You get the flow and it works, yeah?
Yeah. I liked what Alireza did. He played the Joko piano. Magnus matched him with this Hungarian bishop e7. I thought Alireza got an edge out of the opening, but got comprehensively outplayed later in the game. I'm thinking if I'm Gukesh, I'm playing e4, and I'm just going to challenge you down the main line pass. And, hope that Magnus has a slip. I mean, Gukesh has had too many slips. It's time for him to play.
And there is one more question, though.
Please.
So that Magnus, I think yesterday, he's shown that sometimes he's willing to take the strategic risk by going 1 g6, like going for modern. Just, delivering this message. I deliberately go for a worse position just to beat you.
Yeah.
It'll be fun to see here if we see e4. I don't think he'll play g6 because he has 3-point lead. He can play e5, right?
Right. Well, he just played this game with Fabi. He didn't get punished for it. He went king side, queen side, and center. Fabi ended up a pawn up, unable to convert. There wasn't really any
serious
real
advantage.
Exactly. As Magnus just arrives there with his water bottle. Noticing the water was just rocking.
And they've started. E4, you guessed his opening. Yes, right.
Let's go.
Now E5 or G6? When I saw him touch the knight, I was like, not knight C6, I hope.
We're not going to see a Nims over knight C6. Now, when Magnus was on tilt, he was playing G6.
E5.
And playing some pretty
risky
dodgy
openings.
Perks, I was going to say.
We have Rui Lopez.
Here we go, bishop b5. Magnus has a wide repertoire of Rui Lopez defenses, including the Morphy defense and the Berlin, which he now chooses.
Oh, wow. First Berlin of the tournament, I believe.
And the first Berlin ending. No, it's not a Berlin ending. It's the... Oh, no, it's a draw.
Oh, it's going to be a very quick draw?
Oh, no.
Yep. I think that's what we're about to see.
I think we've seen this 20 times. Queen e6, queen d4, queen e6. And Gukesh is saying, you know, don't forget about my GCT tour.
Oh, that was an exciting
No,
draw.
it wasn't. I'm going to quickly switch to Wesley So versus Duda. We will not analyze.
Definitely the quickest game you've had.
We will not analyze that opening as we have a Caro-Kann advanced with an early knight e2, a very, very different animal than the usual Caro-Kanns.
Yeah, I think taking on c4 there is not correct. I've done that many times and learned my lesson.
Why is it incorrect?
I think you should wait till bishop develops and then you take on c4.
So,
the tempo matters.
So something like knight to d7,
Yes,
just
you make
making a
some
developing move.
Developing moves first.
Duda captured and played knight f5, bishop to g5, queen to b6. Okay, so bishop e7. I think he was afraid of something like knight to e4, and if the bishops get traded, the d6 square could become weak. Hence, queen b6, knight f5, castles, knight d7. We've caught up with the players.
I don't know. I don't like this position for black.
Really, as far as Caro-Kanns go, oftentimes I find myself provoking my opponents. In some ways, I feel like I've provoked my opponent. Like
what do you do with the dark square bishop? Do you play bishop e7? How do you finish your development? That's the question. Because you don't have bishop b4.
I'm going to have to play f6.
I'll just go a3. Wow, queen b2. He's not afraid of it. f6, but I had bishop on c4. That was worrisome.
True, true. Captures, and saying, okay, I've won a pawn. Maybe I can play knight b6.
But where's black king going? So, of course, I'm not going to trade queens. Let's say queen c2.
Okay, you told me I would have to play bishop e7. Now that my queen is...
White has to go quickly f4, f5 as soon as possible.
Okay, so you sacrificed a pawn.
Oh, you're going to castle long, aren't you?
And then you're going to go f4, f5. So I'm not convinced...
I forgot about the long castle, so I'll have to include rook b1 and be ready for that as well.
I'm not convinced that this pawn sacrifice is justified.
Queen d2 was played instead, and it got a question mark. How can that be a bad move?
Developing...
It's a...
Bishop to b...
Okay. Bishop b4, queen c2.
I thought the knight is going to go to d5. Equally, I think the bishop is coming back to e7. We have seen that.
Okay, they're following now our analysis.
Not well enough.
So you still think black should go knight b6?
Yes.
Cover the b5.
I'm just a little bit concerned at the moment about rook b3. So I start to worry that, do I have to include bishop takes g5?
Probably include and then go knight b6.
But then after bishop g5, hg, I've created a potential issue.
You're coming around saying that this is not great for black?
Yeah, reluctantly.
Reluctantly. How about getting this knight to d6 as soon as possible? Knight c3, knight d4 was also an idea.
Well, that's 1, 2, 3 moves.
Not that quick.
I think this was the most direct. Well, I don't forget, I can still castle short.
Yeah, that's why I didn't think g6 was so good. It's not really weakening black's king side that much.
This move was actually pretty good. In case of castling short, I may have to face some music over there. Rook h3
knight
or
f4.
Potentially knight f4. A big moment here for Jan-Krzysztof. Castles long, castle short. I probably castle long. I like the pawn shield on the queen side.
I will start with a4, a5. As soon as you castle long, I'm ready.
Yeah, no rest for the wicked, huh? Castles long, a4, rook to d5. I am worried about
That's
a4,
an important
a5.
move.
Yeah.
And we see castle, but
castle
okay,
long.
This is
Okay,
you
this
see
is
the
the
eval bar going up all the way.
I didn't see the eval bar. I don't have an eval bar on my board. Oh, I see it down there. Okay, a4. Okay, we're about to see rook to d5.
After rook to 5, maybe I have knight, some jump.
Knight c3.
Or, yeah, not sure which way is better.
I like
Probably knight c3, rook d4, knight b5. That looks
okay. Jan is saying, look, I see your a5, a6 coming. Let me get out of the way. a5, big threat. Pay attention. I don't want to allow a6 and queen takes c6 check. I may be forced to play knight. No.
Now,
Knight
I double
c7.
the rooks on b file?
I don't have time to play knight b5 because you'll take it. So I actually have to play a6, rook b1, rook d7. I'm not getting mated, am I? Or
Not
am
yet, not yet. But we need to... Oh my God, you are getting mated. But you didn't have to take on c6,
As a
right?
commentator, we have to show all
Yes.
checkmates.
Black will
Okay,
play
I
rook
am
c7,
getting
but-
mated. Okay, so a6, rook b1, rook c7, queen takes c6.
Yeah, and just cover with rook c7.
So I gave back my pawn. And if I...
Can you take rook b7? No.
I'm defended. Rook b7, I'll take
Yes.
on c6.
Well, I want to take the other rook on h8, so I'll give you a check first.
Oh, very nice.
But I don't think it works to play king d7.
Yes.
And I can't take both your queen and the rook at the same time.
Well, it's okay.
But now you cover rook c7.
And you... Oh,
I don't get the queen.
pardon me, you are absolutely right.
We do have a move, knight g3.
g3.
So knight head into c5 or d6.
Knight g3. Okay, so a5, rook d7, inviting a6. Why didn't he play a6?
Huge time advantage on the clock for Wesley. It's 3 against 1.
What was he afraid? I would have played a6 with both hands. a6. No, he played knight g3. f5. Can't play en passant.
Why not?
Or can you?
We can with the
play
other pawn, with the e5 pawn, yes.
Okay, but I think Duda felt it was absolutely imperative to prevent knight e4 to d6. And we have more moves. Takes.
There's a6 coming. Oh, he didn't play a6, he played rook b1.
How did he, wow, how did he
Yeah, he missed
hold
the opportunity
back?
to play a6.
But how could you hold back that move? Because it's begging to be played.
Oh, this is now turning around.
Now
Duda's looking good.
Now we have a beautiful defense of the weak. c6, b7 pawns. There's no queen takes c6 ideas anymore. And I think Wesley has lost his opportunity.
Shocking. I mean, Wesley not pushing a6. I just don't understand what happened.
I'm with you on that 100%. Now, having said all of that, no, Wesley still.
No,
whoa.
There's nothing happening on the
whoa.
queen side anymore.
Okay, that is shocking. Now,
H4, black is playing.
Yeah, now that you've squandered so many tempi over there, I can get actually an attack going on the king side. Maybe it's time to just tuck the king in a little bit.
I like rook h5 here. Duda has found
spotted.
it. Oh, rook f3, okay. Let's block rook f7.
By the way, I have mentioned
you always spot the pawns. Hanging pawns are always visible to you.
Instinct. I'm hardwired.
And I think that's a very healthy pawn to take.
It is. Not only that, by the way, another healthy move is rook to b5. Because it's not that I just, I turn the tables. An attacking rook becomes beautifully defensive.
Do you like how he took the pawn and then returned immediately to h5?
I do.
After queen h4.
And again, I'm just a little...
So black has 3 extra pawns on the queen side? Just...
In mentioning.
Yeah.
And let's just remind everybody how important this game is. It's a fight for second.
Yeah, if Duda wins, he either catches or overtakes Wesley, so...
Those of you joining us late, it was a non-game affair between Magnus and Gukesh as they had the Grandmaster draw.
Yes. But here I think Duda messed up a little bit now after queen e6. Looks like white is back in the game. It's not lost anymore at all.
I don't know. That's not an ending that I'm ready to embrace. Queen e6.
No, the thing is, after rook f3, I'm taking on c7.
Ah, that was a hidden recapture I was expecting.
And then I'm coming. You have to move your rook. I'm coming back to e6, and I'm not messing up my pawn structure on the king side.
That was the thing. Okay. Still, you mentioned that's a huge majority.
It is scary once they start moving.
Wesley is calculating the ramifications of the endgame, found something he didn't like, and played rook e1, rook e7, pawn is a pawn. Knight f5 is on black's agenda. Whoa.
Oh, that cannot be good. We're pinning our knight.
I hate putting myself into a pins. I can't believe that's a good move.
I mean,
Clock times. I'm sorry, I haven't asked you.
Duda has only 10 seconds.
10 seconds versus?
49. But Duda is winning.
What a move. Queen h2 check on his agenda. Oh.
Actually, queen h2 wasn't the best. He should have just taken the knight, the queen and then the knight on e6.
That is true.
He could have won. That check was absolutely unnecessary.
And
but now king h... why is this winning? Oh,
g2
if you take with the king, there's queen h6. Knight is hanging on g7.
King takes.
And if you take with the pawn, queen g2, queen g6.
Just
he will pick up the piece.
In time. And
Duda
suddenly...
By the way, Duda has 3 seconds, so his last move was made with 1 second.
No.
So close.
So close. Okay.
Now who's promoting first?
Well, Duda is saying, look, I'll put my king on f6.
Oh,
I should win.
Engine says rook h7. White is not losing anymore.
Well, he has to play rook h7 to f7.
Rook h7.
And an update, Anish Giri has defeated...
No, the opposite. Alireza.
Alireza defeated Anish. Apologies. King's a powerful piece. Give me the pawn, give me the pawn.
Yeah. Do we take on b7? Might as well.
If I go rook f7 and g7 and f6...
You can't go, though.
I can't do it because the rook is hanging. I can't play f6.
Yeah, and Duda has queenside pawns. He can just start pushing a5 and get a new queen.
Can I play king f3? No. Okay, so he's stuck. But in the meanwhile, a5.
Yeah.
a5.
It's an interesting endgame. Of course, the queen is much stronger because there are other pawns.
You can't play g7. g7 would lose on the spot to queen b4 check.
Oh, that's tricky. Still no g7? Oh, he could have played queen b4 and win the rook, but he didn't. He can take on f5 now.
Yes, he should just be winning this.
Yeah, as long as he keeps the eye on g8 square.
I was about to say I would probably play king g6.
I think there's mate now coming. Just king e3 and that's it. You can get a queen on g8.
Nicely done by Duda.
help.
Well done. As he swaps places with Wesley. Wesley came in tied for second with Gukesh. Now it's Duda and Gukesh. But over to you, Miro, for some updates of the other games, or this one.
In fact, I was following the same game. It was such a roller coaster, and there were quite a few really funny things missed. So after knight d5, as you guys identified, so now white all of a sudden has a very strong initiative. Rook f-b1, in fact, would have been better. But then it is getting very confusing, impossible to figure out in blitz, because after rook d7, first thing you want to do is, of course, take on c6 and say, I'm a brilliant player. However, it drops your advantage to almost non-existent after king b8. And instead, you just have to play something calm like g takes f7. And it all goes about this knight from e2 getting to either c5 or d6, which we will see is the way the game was played, knight f6. And a6, as you said, was very strong. Rook b1, a6. And here was the last chance for white to really have an advantage with absolutely incredible move d5 under 4 attacks. Well, technically, cd5 you cannot take, so queen is not queen spinning the pawn, but what about other captures? So if knight takes, knight gets here into c5, and then if after d5, if the pawn takes, the knight gets to f5 and d4 and c6, and black cannot really handle it. So computer says after d5, black would have had to take on d5 with the rook, rook b7, queen b7, rook takes, queen takes, but with both kings being exposed, specifically black king being exposed, the queen is probably stronger than two rooks. At least computer gives white an advantage after knight e2, intending to go to f4, and so on and so on. And later on, you're right, there have been so many back and forth. Even a queen up, or queen down rather, it was a chance for white to escape, but ultimately Duda wins. And there was one more roller coaster game, Alireza Firouzja beating Anish. Giri, once again, Anish at some point had dominant positions. I'll just show the final mistake because it was going up and down, and over here it's, well, relatively balanced, close to being equal. It's very hard to tell because like both kings are exposed, but queen takes f2 was a terrible blunder. In fact, Alireza could have played queen h5. He went with rook h5, but it is enough. Yeah, so it's a ladder mate.
Yes.
So closer to the end of the tournament, players are getting tired and they do miss a lot of opportunities, and they lose sometimes like the games they should have won under other circumstances.
Thank you, Miro, as we take a look at our standings after, well, kind of a dud of a game between our two tournament leaders.
Well, it definitely was a bit of a disappointment.
Right.
Magnus has 20 points, 3 points ahead of... now Duda and Wesley So places, so sharing second, Duda and Gukesh. And Wesley falls in the 4th place.
Fabi and Alireza both winning important GCT points, don't forget.
Let's go over to Croatia.
Well, we do have some insights about what happened, in fact, between Gukesh and Magnus Carlsen, because you, Anastasia, were in the playing hall. What happened? How did they finish so fast?
First of all, I came to the playing hall ready for the long fight. I decided that I don't open my camera immediately because, let's say, this game will last for 10 minutes, right? And I was checking also the other games, and suddenly I saw the repetition, and I just caught the last moments. And I can say that there was a kind of an emotion in the venue, which you couldn't hear. It was something like, I mean, people started to laugh, and it was something between like disappointment and like what exactly happened and surprise. So also Magnus seemed to be surprised, and I heard him chatting with Jan Smits, the second of Anish Giri, and Magnus said that somehow he didn't expect it, and like this line completely was not in his mind when he decided to choose this opening. So I mean, it's an interesting what happened now, but I think it's a good strategy still from Gukesh. If you can kind of make a draw against Magnus, it's not a bad idea, I think.
Also, something that Magnus said in one of his interviews, that he gave outside of the playing hall, he said he's mostly in survival mode right now. And he's helped by the results of his nearest competitors as well. So quite an intriguing storyline developing on that one. But the game I was following was the one between Fabiano and Ivan Saric. And kudos to Saric for choosing such fighting openings. We get the King's Indian defense. D5, bishop to G5. And it's eerily similar to how they played in the Rapid, if you remember, with this whole long diagonal open and the bishop coming to d4 and exchanging the dark square bishop. And this is exactly what Fabiano is trying to do. He's trying to eliminate the dark square bishop. Of course, the bishop on g7 is such a tremendous piece for black. If you can manage to eliminate it, then you're going to be able to work around the dark squares and put pressure on the black king. h4, b3, knight goes in the center with knight to d4 and knight to b5. And finally, quite a big mistake taking on h4. I don't think he forgot about the pawn on c7, but simply the quality between the two pawns, the difference in quality between the two pawns, the pawn on c7, which protects the pawn on d6, is such an important pawn. The pawn on h4, not so much. It feels like you're getting closer to my king as a black, but you're not. In fact, I don't have to worry about my king. My king on g1 as white is quite safe. So after knight takes e7, rook to e5, knight goes back to b5 to target the pawn on d6, queen to e7, you lose the pawn on a5 as well. And after the exchange of the queens, now there's nothing to hope for black. You're not going to get your attack going. All I have to do is continue putting pressure on your weaknesses. And that's exactly what Fabiano does as well. Knight to b5, a4, a5. And at some point, this pawn, first of all, look at this rook getting trapped by the two knights. It's a beautiful construction and a very precise game by Fabiano. And right now, he's getting closer to those podium positions.
I think, Cristian, you had an opportunity to chat with him. I think he's in a good mood. I heard him laughing and joking between the rounds. How important is it to kind of have this great mood and to chat with your friends between the rounds, just to relax a little bit?
I think it's important, and I think everybody has that support system here in Zagreb. We see Gukesh with his second, Anish is with his second, that is always around the playing hall. Magnus is here with his wife. So it's quite important to have the support system because, again, the energy and the emotions are so high in this short games, so definitely you need that. You need to be able to speak with somebody.
Exactly, yes. I also saw the father of Magnus. He also arrived to Zagreb, and he told me that Magnus has such a crazy schedule. He's going to play later in Riyadh, Las Vegas, so he needs energy for all events, and it's really actually hard to know where you have to spend this energy and what are your limits, actually.
Quite interesting, because Henrik came after the Rapid. So he saw that Magnus perhaps is struggling a little bit in the Rapid. He came, he arrived, and right now Magnus is just storming through the rankings. And right now it seems like nobody will be able to stop him. Guys, we're entering the final stretch. Back to you for the moment in St. Louis. We'll be here with more updates.
We'll update ourselves and tell us about the standings.
Let's have a look again. Magnus already has 20 points, 3-point lead. Jan-Krzysztof and Gukesh are sharing second, and half point behind them is Wesley So.
The chairs are being traded here in the fight for second. Tell us about the pairings for round 14.
Well, it's Anish against Fabi. Magnus is playing Wesley. That's going to be our key matchup.
Right.
Gukesh is playing Ivan Saric. Duda against Nodirbek. And Prague against Alireza.
Big games coming up. For those of you joining us late, it's going to be a very short look at a game that we just saw. We were really looking forward to a grudge match as Gukesh and Magnus settled down. And we were calling the action.
Didn't last very long.
Yeah, it's going to be a quick
There was not much action.
Right. Magnus adjusting in pieces
really
is about to last longer than the game.
Well, it's his choice.
Rui Lopez.
Berlin
Now came the Berlin.
Led to that quick draw.
And from Gukesh's point of view, obviously the blitz has not gone well. And he's sitting there saying, look, I can make a very, very short draw, a grandmaster draw with a very, very well-known variation. Let me just do it and take my points against others.
For him, it's not a... Okay, I think we went back.
That was a...
That's cool.
Yeah,
we
for
went
him,
back
that
and
was
forth.
not a bad decision, yes.
A tactical decision when you think again of the Grand Chess Tour.
Yes, and then it's the famous Grandmaster draw. When draws are not allowed, this is how you make a draw.
Yeah, there's like 100 Grandmaster draws, and that was number 12. You just call it out.
But if you
number
think
12.
of it, Black cannot really do anything.
No.
In this period, if White chose to play this variation,
Exactly.
it's not like you can do something with
You
White.
can't avoid it, no. If you were going to play the Berlin.
That was our friend Nepo, co-champion, co-blitz champion with Magnus Carlsen. He called it the refutation of a Berlin defense for a draw. So that if I play this line, you cannot really play for a win if you play Berlin.
Exactly, exactly. Looking ahead, Magnus is almost at the magic number. He is +3 ahead of the field. He just made a very important draw against Gukesh, as you just saw. And I think just
with 4 rounds left.
Right.
He only needs, what, 1.5 to be in clear first?
2 draws.
I would say it's 5 rounds left, guys. Don't call me.
No, but there is a magic number, and he's closing in on it. Wesley So needs to bounce back after that loss that he just had. A game that could have easily gone in his favor against Duda. You showed us some nice highlights of that game, Miro. That move D5 in particular.
Yeah, Wesley. And it wasn't the only moment that he missed the chance.
Yeah.
Wesley kind of climbed from the middle of the pack, climbed all the way to the, joint second position, and now gets pushed back.
You know, it's for me very strange as I was watching you analyze. The move D5 is really spectacular. And you find that move. I asked you, how could you not play A6?
Yeah, that's fair.
That is just so much easier.
That's fair. It was so much easier. And that's a big question, because I want to say, look, D5 is also a pattern. Like you're breaking through in the most defended point, but it's much more advanced pattern.
Right.
And like breaking your opponent's structure with a move like A6, that's why you started to move the A pawn at first place. Right? You went A4, you went A5, and then you think, okay, let me change my mind. I won't play A6.
Yeah. As we're getting ready for this round 14, it goes by very, very fast.
That's blitz.
Yeah.
Players really have no time to rest, recover, think about what just happened. They just immediately have to jump to the next game.
Exactly. Do you try to pace yourself in a field like this? Because every game is hard. I don't even know how you.
You don't get any
yourself.
breaks, yes.
No. As here we've got the pairings once again for this upcoming round 14. We're looking at a marquee matchup game, Magnus versus Wesley. But if you see that Duda versus Nodirbek game and the Gukesh game there.
Oh, wow, look at that. So many fans have showed up today for the final day. Looks like they really love chess in Croatia.
Oh, yes. The old Yugoslavia, it was great to play there because there would always be crowded, stadiums is wrong, arenas where we would compete. The tournament halls were always packed, and autograph hounds. I really discovered so much memorabilia in Yugoslavia, and then I realized that when we think about the World Championship match, 1972, Bobby Fischer versus Boris Spassky, a lot of people don't know that Yugoslavia was going to host the event. And then it was just like a last second turnaround that Yugoslavia didn't host the event. Bobby wanted to play in Yugoslavia. Iceland came up with some bucks, if you will, and that was why Iceland, Reykjavik, became the host.
But was it ever a problem that audience members are not really quiet?
Oh gosh, yes. And we liked that. We almost embraced it. We would like the audience would be hooting and hollering when the board boy got the move wrong. There was a move relay. The wrong move would be played. Gligorich would hang a rook, and they would be hooting and cursing as well. I remember the Yugoslav curses. They were very, very rich language. Yes, a rowdy audience.
I believe now if anyone's making any sound, they would be immediately removed from the playing hall.
I know, hushed. Oh, those good old days, right, Miro?
Absolutely. I just catch the very end of this era, but I remember being recognized by like random taxi drivers and so, so you are the Ukrainian foreigner who plays for that team or this team. Yeah. So, yeah, chess was very much had really great following.
It truly does. Players taking their seat for round 14 of the Zagreb Grand Chess Tour. Wesley So just suffering a defeat, maybe undeservedly so. He was ambitiously sacrificing a pawn out of the opening, got a very promising position.
Such a nice position in the Caruana, yes.
And did not follow it up properly with a6. Magnus, regal. After a so-so performance in the Rapid, he has taken...
It was a decent performance. Just from Magnus, we expect him to go like at least 7 out of 9.
He called it frustrating.
Yeah, because he lost the game to Gukesh.
Yes.
That was his only loss in the tournament.
Good point.
Yeah. What do we expect now? Another b3? Or some of...
Something knight f3, b3, a little bit dodgy, trying to...
I feel like Magnus is choosing his first move right now.
Right. As here it comes.
C4.
English. He's been mixing it up and keeping his opponents guessing.
Mm-hmm. I think he hasn't played a d4 first move, but he's tried everything else.
d4, bishop f4?
No, it was...
Knight c3.
He started with knight c3, then d4.
And then d4,
yes.
bishop f4.
All right, we have the English.
The 4 knights English. G2, G3, an invitation to...
No,
E2, E3.
So E3, now bishop B4 is the main move here?
Yep, an old favorite of mine, this E2, E3, queen C2, takes, queen takes. A lot of my opponents played queen E7, and I would play A2, A3. This was my go-to move in this position. They would play D5, and I would play D4. I have a lot of games in my career. On the white side, I would play D4 now.
And I'm assuming you've had good results, that's why you kept playing this line?
I furnished an apartment. Queen takes D4. C5 is the usual continuation in Queen H4. Lots of games from this. I like the 2 bishops. After bishop E6, I would have an endgame, CD5, knight D5. Not that I have much.
No, of course, but
okay.
2 bishops, always a small edge for white.
Yeah, something to play for.
But Wesley's thinking here, there's also an option to take on c4 right away.
Yes, captures, bishop takes c4.
And then
kind of helped me a little bit, I think. I really think, oh, well, there you go. I think that bishop e6 is the main... Whoa, okay, this
never
is...
seen that before. That must be a novelty.
A big-time novelty for me.
But is that a good one?
Well, let's have a look-see. I'm assuming queen takes g5.
Rook g8 is the plan.
Rook g8.
Taking on g2.
Well, so, no. Where am I moving my queen? Because the idea of queen f4, rook
good
g4.
Point. So Magnus included this check, bishop b5. So the bishop wouldn't be hanging on c4 in that line you were talking about, Yasser?
Exactly.
But here, what if we... Oh, if you take on d7, knight takes d7, g5 is no longer hanging.
True.
So you want to play queen a4?
Yeah, because then I'm asking the question of where you're castling with your king as black.
Sure. Oh.
You just played g5.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess you got to recapture with the knight to keep the pawn.
Yeah, at this point.
Well, in fact, queen takes g5 is just bad. Whoops, that was queen a4, I think.
Yeah, I don't believe Magnus played queen b4. So he's probably considering c4 or a4. Both good options.
Well, a4 is a little bit more...
Stops long castle.
Yeah,
yes.
it's more pointed.
Mm-hmm.
Queen a4, castles short. You might have small regrets that you've played g5, but there's nothing on the king side yet.
Not. Queen a4 has been played, and f5. Wesley's just going
okay.
all out.
Wesley has taken a completely, I want to say, rogue approach to this game. Bishop to d2, bishop to c3, and castles long for white. It would have my attention. Queen e4. Can't
No,
guess
we don't
any
often
of
see
Wesley's
Wesley
move.
on tilt, but I think this is what's happening here.
This looks so wrong.
Losing that last game, it's very hard to recover from that.
Wow, this looks just such a strange play for black.
Magnus is already pretty much winning. It's not just better.
Well, far safer king. The moment he plays rook d1 and or bishop b2, this knight on d7 is no match for the bishop. And yeah, I was about to say, you're almost having to play queen c6.
Honestly, I think even queen takes c6 endgame should be much better for white as well.
Agreed. Not that Magnus will not
He'll probably
agree to
play
that,
queen
but
c2.
something like queen c2 is not that bad either.
Well, Wesley will
b5,
go back, probably queen e4.
yeah, I was about to say, b5 might be actually playable for black after queen e4.
Right.
But I liked your queen c6.
Yeah, let's just take and then...
Bishop
or,
b2 and rook d1.
or we can play queen c2. Never mind. It's just that.
Rook to d1. A bit,
Ooh,
oh,
e4 right away. Nice move. So now I think Wesley's kind of forced to play f4.
exactly. f4, h4, h6,
Yeah.
bishop to g7, or rook to d1. Yeah, bishop
Both
b2
good.
and rook d1 both look good. The reason I like including h4 and h6 is I made luft.
Yes,
I
for
make
your
luft
king.
for free. And maybe I find that useful. Okay, rook g8, clear indication that Wesley intends to go.
I think at this point he might just leave the king in the center as well, just king e7.
Oh, I don't believe you're going to
But
have a
yeah,
restful life.
That dark square bishop's gonna harass that king.
Well,
But
here we go.
he's done it.
Okay.
Rook c1.
The idea here is Magnus would love to capture on c6.
It feels like a position where white has compensation for a pawn, but it's actually materially equal, right? Wesley's not up a pawn.
No,
White is just much better.
exactly. Once again, the inclusion of the move h4 would mean that I don't have to suffer back rank mate. Here we go.
He's done
h4.
it now. Do you still play h6? Or at this point, you might as well just take on h4.
I don't know. After gh, king h2,
Yeah, he's
it's sort
taking
of like the... Have you seen a worse black structure?
Rarely.
I mean, you've got everywhere split pawns, everywhere. And a moment ago, you did have a double pawn.
You know, there's some play on g-file, though. Maybe by the time Magnus played h4, it was already not the best.
Uh-huh.
Because I can have some activity now, at least. Rook
Agreed.
d6, okay.
Agreed. Rook d6 is not my dream
Right, you
when I
just want to
started
get
all
rid
of
of
this.
one of my rooks.
Exactly.
I can play rook b8 and activate the other rook on the queen side, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, black is not that much worse anymore.
No, you know, I was just having a brief flirtation with f3, rook g8, rook c2, until I noticed that rook g3 and h3, or immediately h3, and black's getting much more play on the king side than
Very active play.
deserved.
The only thing black cannot activate still is that knight on d7,
Guess what?
because it has nowhere to
F3.
go.
Magnus is, I
But
was looking at
H3 is
rook
coming.
c2, but Magnus has put his rook on d2, and okay. The reason I was putting the rook on c2, by the way, obviously, is I was playing for bishop c1 and bishop f4.
Nice.
Okay, here we come.
H3 is a threat.
H3 on Wesley's agenda.
Well, Magnus can play double the rooks, rook d1. And if you take on c5, there is bishop e5, but I'm not winning that pawn. I've got knight e6. I was hoping I would get it back.
Rook d7 check.
Okay. And that should be good there.
Well, it's still g2 is
g2 is hanging with the
ticklish.
check, yes.
No, I think you're right. I think rook d1 is the correct move. I like it very much now. I'm going to sacrifice the pawn on g2.
Because if we don't do that, h3 comes and white has absolutely no advantage left.
Exactly. I think Magnus should play the move rook d1, sacrificing the pawn on c6.
He's done it.
And go rook d7 check, and be prepared to give up the g2 pawn. It's not
Yes,
mate.
and hide the king on h1.
So in case of knight e6, rook
Check.
d7 check, king g8, pardon me, king e8, bishop f6, rook g2, rook h1.
And you're threatening rook e7, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that looks, the king looks just mated there.
Here we go. They're following our prescription. How far will they continue the line we've been looking at?
Oh, but there is rook g1 check, and your rook on d7 will be hanging after bishop f6.
Correct. By the way, he played rook to b2, allowing h3. Maybe he's just going to make perpetual check.
It was actually engine approved. Rook b2 was better than rook d7.
Okay. Because our rook isn't hanging in this case.
Exactly. He can trade one pair of rooks now on g8 and then just take the pawn on h3.
That is simpler than the whole... See, I've been looking at king e8, bishop f6.
Did he really
What?
play rook b2?
No.
Rook b7 wasn't made yet. I see.
No, rook b7 and rook b8 has been made.
Has it?
Yes. I'm looking at the... Yes. And he's traded the rook on g8.
I'm having issues on my board, so I'll just watch yours.
Okay. Just update my board. So he did play after h3 check. What? No. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I think we're having some glitches in the...
Sorry. What I think happened was rook g7 check, rook b7 check, king e8, rook check.
Let's just maybe zoom in on the actual live board to catch up with the players, because we are far behind, yes.
Okay. Yes. Sorry for the technical glitch there, but okay, what do we have? 3 versus 1 on the
Okay, we got the live position now.
There's a rook on a5, defending the pawn on c5. Bishop on d6. Wesley is a bit stuck.
Yeah, White still has chances here in this endgame.
Because what Magnus simply wants to play a3, a4, and then maybe move his king.
To g4?
Yes.
Ideally, we win the f4 pawn.
Correct.
That's the dream.
Okay, that's interesting. For me, that's a surprise that Magnus didn't play a4. Normally speaking, you want your pawns on the square opposite to your rook. His idea was to stop king d7. And by the way, my board is up and working. Yay.
I still think, yes, his king needs to come into the game. King h2, heading towards g4. And if black plays h5, we'll be happy about that. We can always play rook d5.
Correct.
Ooh, c4.
Well, again, the whole game has been about the poor pawn structure of Wesley. Wesley played a very early g5.
5 seconds for Magnus, by the way, so he might repeat right now. Wesley's offering this 3-move repetition, but no. Magnus goes e5, which looks like a bad move. Now engine says black is better.
Rook c6 and maybe knight f4, knight to
refusing
d4.
Repetition and ending up in a worse position with less time on the clock. Big risk. But you know what? Magnus can afford to take risks. He has a 3-point lead in the event.
It's nice to have a 3-point lead.
Yeah, he can afford to lose a game or two.
Exactly.
And a bit of an update. Gukesh has won his game.
Our congratulations to the world champion. He's finding some solace in a very poor outing.
Knight b3.
We've got knight a1 as a repetition.
They're repeating now. I think we might see 3-move repetition.
Yes, especially as Magnus is about to win the game with king d3.
Exactly.
You better take that repetition.
They're going to take the draw. Another update, Fabi has lost his game against Anish, and we have 1 game left. Prague against Alireza still going on.
Let me find that game, and there it is.
Oh, it's a Prague's an exchange up, but the knight on d5 is just as good as the rook.
In Blitz, you know, where you're playing against
so
the
tricky.
knight.
Yes, I look at that. It's coming in.
I know.
Forks are hanging.
It's not that much fun.
Honestly, I'd much rather have black here.
Especially with seconds on the clock. It's so
Yeah,
easy
both of
to
them
blunder.
just have 5 seconds.
Look at
See,
this.
black is winning. This is it.
This is.
Oh,
no.
He missed it.
He could have played
blundered.
queen.
Queen b3 was winning. Not an easy move to notice, but
I thought
they have 5 seconds, so
We're not gonna
we
be
expect
critical.
blunders. Yeah.
It's hard enough to play good chess when you have a lot of time on your clock.
Now it looks like a draw. So earlier, Alireza had a chance to win the g3 pawn, and then all of the king side for Prague would have collapsed.
Exactly.
But now he's not going to give up the g3 pawn again, and king is fine. It's better on the queen side.
Remarkably, that was exactly the point I wanted to say, that the king.
Okay,
Whoa.
that was a bit illegal, but
What did he do?
he made a move, then dropped a piece on Prague's clock and adjusted everything.
Ah.
But I mean, no, it happens.
Yeah. By the way, just on that note, kudos to the players. When you have no time on the clock, it's so easy to
Drop pieces.
Yeah, unsportive light, press the clock when a piece has been knocked over. And I notice the players have been very, very good and very
That
sportive.
rook is getting too far away, though, from the queen.
Oh, my God.
I'm afraid it's going to get lost. Queen a3 right now. White's playing for the checkmate. Oh, knight b4. Look at that.
What a spot there.
But now Alireza has to be careful to not blunder mates on the last rank. The knight is doing a good job defending the king. I think they're repeating 3 times. Oh, no.
Just when
Prague
you
is
think,
playing for a win.
Just when you think the players are finally going to make a draw. Nope, they don't acquiesce.
We're on move 88, by the way.
Well, we're about to see a perpetual. Queen f2 check was a perpetual check. Knight d4 check?
Honestly, don't know who's playing for a win anymore.
I would have played knight to d4
I
check.
think both of them are. Queen. I don't think we have any more perpetuals.
I tell you, we've seen the power of the knight in this particular ending. We've talked about, you know, an exchange up. You would think that white was the one playing for a win, but you can see that Alireza is actually the one who had the better chances of winning this game.
And even though they're making so many moves, they can't gain much time.
They are
3
playing
seconds.
on seconds, right?
Just 3 seconds.
It's a little absurd to be playing for a win when you have 1 second on your clock.
Or maybe it's the best time to play for him. Because your opponent also has 1 second.
Oh!
It's almost mate.
Queen
a2.
It might be mate.
It is winning now, knight d5, and you're winning the rook.
Yes.
Wow. Alireza managed to trick Prague. Incredible. It's still not over, but...
It's over.
Wow.
It's over.
What a finish.
Oh, Prague must be so angry with himself. You know, his strength is he wants to win every game. His weakness is he wants to win every game. And sometimes you overdo it. Miro, was that it? Were those are all the games?
Those were all the games. And yeah, it was relatively long round. So
Right.
I just wanted to quickly highlight Magnus's
Play.
option he missed against Wesley. After queen c6, queen takes c6, the move Magnus has played does lead to an advantage, but queen c2 was so much stronger. And the reason for that, well, queen e4 is the only move. You can go queen c3, castles long, bishop b2. Bishop b2 is important not to let black play knight e5, and later on you collect the pawn and, well, almost win. But it's not only that. If you wanted to play an endgame, this turns to be a much better endgame to play, because bishop b2, and doesn't matter rook f8 or g8, I guess, f8, you go rook d1, and then too many weak squares, like rook d5 or rook d6 will happen. Rook c1, rook c4, so e4 pawn is doomed, and you are getting your 2 extra pawns on a king side, but they will never be blocked. That was the case in the game, right? So Magnus had 3 versus 1 on the king side, but he could not push them forward. Here, the moment you win the e4 pawn, you'll have, you know, the onslaught of central pawns, and this is much better version of this endgame. Yeah.
Thank you, Miro.
Later on, So defended very well.
Yeah. Thank you, Miro. As we take a look at our standings after, once again, that was a quick round 14.
Let's have a look. I think we know who's in first, I think.
That is his magic. Oh, and look at this. Clear second for Gukesh. How many of us coming into studio thought we'd be saying that after 14
really
rounds?
well done coming back from so many losses. And now, clear second and clear third for Duda as well, 17.5 points.
And let's toss it to Zagreb and get further insights from Anastasiya and Cristian.
I have to say, guys, I'm not surprised seeing Gukesh surging through the rankings. He usually does that. He starts slow and then he picks up the steam. He learns how to play. He learns how to play Blitz. He learns how to play Rapid. He learns how to play Classical. He's just getting better and better in every single format. It's just incredible. I was looking at this game between Anish and Fabiano, and I have to say Anish really played a good game. A very precise game. Did not give Fabiano any chances throughout this one. Queen to c2, you can already sense that White has a slightly better position. After Queen takes e7, Knight to c3, a3 and Rook to e1. This is the problem. e4 is coming. I'm going to break open in the center, and then you're just simply going to have a very passive position. So you have that option of waiting, or you can go what Fabiano played in the game with a move a b5. This pawn on a3 is looking good, but it's not as powerful. In fact, it's going to be a liability, a weakness later on. And this is the way they played. Fabi is looking for the compensation. Simply put, there is no compensation in the position. And Anish just transitioned very well. Bishop to f3 did not give Black any opportunities throughout this game. And now I'm just going to start pushing my pawns. Black is trying something. He's trying to go h4, h3, and put a grip on White's king. But h4 came by Anish. Very, very precise move. b4. It's just too simple. That's the problem. Black does not have any compensation. And in fact, Fabiano resigned after Rook to c5. Get another pawn off the board. And this was the position that he resigned in. Just a very clean game by Anish, and an important victory. Which one was the game that you were watching, Anastasiya?
I just wanted to mention that after this game, Anish and Fabiano were staying here next to the plane when you watching the game between Prague and Alireza, commenting on this game, and I really enjoyed listening to their commentaries too. So we have a group of commentators nearby as well. But I was checking the game between Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Cristian, guess who started the tournament even worse than Gukesh today?
I know the answer to that one because he told me 5 minutes ago it was Duda, yes?
Yeah, it was shocking actually for me because Jan-Krzysztof started with 3 losses at the beginning of the day, but then he recovered with a victory, and then he played this game against Nodirbek. Very solid game. I must tell you that not much has happened there. Lots of exchanges, perhaps some hopes to get this d5 pawn at some moment, but Nodirbek was defending really well.
It seems to be too simplified, right?
Exactly, yes. And just like after massive exchanges here there, Black also managed to push d4, getting rid of this isolated pawn forever. And then, let's say, there is nothing was happening. Both of them played like really good, and never anything, not much happened after that.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the standings. After this round, we see still Magnus at the top right now of the standings. Let's take a look at that. With 20.5 points after his draw, Gukesh is getting closer. Yes. It's going to be extremely difficult to catch up with Magnus. 18 points. Gukesh must be quite happy though with this result. Going into this one, obviously his blitz has suffered, but right now he's fully back in this tournament.
I liked it how you said he started slow. I mean, you cannot start slower than
you cannot start slower than that. Yes. Absolutely,
but
absolutely.
Okay. He's getting back, and it's nice to have some kind of a race at the end of the tournament, right?
Absolutely. Now, we're going to go on a short break. We asked the player, can you have a normal life and play chess?
You spend so much time traveling, competing, preparing. So what exactly do you miss the most from the normal life?
Yeah, I think just to spend time with your family, and you don't have as much as time, but I mean, we are doing what we love, so at least that's a good thing, and it's a good
maybe it's worth it in some way. So
I think like sometimes being in one place just for a time, it sounds very simple, but it's nice, you know, sometimes to, like I haven't been home to St. Louis in 3 months. I left in April. I'll be going back after this tournament. It's 3 full months that I haven't been in my city. And while I was gone, there was a tornado, like a devastating tornado. So I watched that from afar, you know, and yeah, a lot of things happen in 3 months. So sometimes it's nice to just be in one place and chill a bit.
I still play quite a lot of chess, so if I didn't like it, I wouldn't do it. And I feel like maybe sometimes I want to spend more time at home, but I feel like there's still a decent balance. So I feel like I'm overall very lucky.
Actually, I really like to come home and be like, I mean, some people like to be in hotels, but for me, it's just so much nicer to be in my own room. Doesn't matter how good the hotel is, but like I enjoy that part of being in my flat, doing this normal everyday stuff, like, I don't know, even cooking or something. I enjoy it more than, you know, being in hotel and just having everything ready for you. You basically, you don't have to move a finger, just play chess, but it's kind of a bit boring during the tournament to live like that.
Yeah, I miss my family, miss my cat, miss my sister. So yeah, I'm not really a person who gets attached to something really deeply. So other than my cats, my sister are home. Not really. Like I wish maybe, you know, to have more friends, you know, that one that I usually, but it's not always possible in the chess world, so that's sad. Yeah, at home, you know, being around like the family and friends, and I think that's something when you miss when you travel a lot, but also what I'm doing isn't something that people get to do often, so I guess you can't really have everything, so you have to sacrifice something to have another.
Just being with my family, you know, sometimes I get feeling that I don't, you know, spend enough time with my family. So in that kind of sense, you know, I miss a lot of time. But you know, I try to spend my time with my family as much as I can while I'm not playing in tournament. So obviously, I try to, you know, stay in contact with them also during tournaments, also during preparations. But yeah, that's the kind of part of our job. You know, it takes truly a lot of effort to become a professional top player, and that's kind of one of the hard moments.
Sometimes I don't miss being home, especially during like long tournaments or like a couple of tournaments back to back. But I think okay, I got used to it. Yeah.
My home, maybe. You know, and as they say, you know, that the point of ultimate goal of every trip is, you know, to come back home. Yeah, and I've been traveling a lot since childhood, I can even say. Yeah, and I have always enjoyed it. You know, it's nice to see new places, getting to know, you know, different cultures, different cuisines. Especially when you are like top chess player, you travel really a lot. Then it might be, you know, that sometimes you wish you would be like, you know, more in home. Yeah, but in general I like this, so, and that's why I'm still playing chess.
Well, I really love the chess that I do. It's really what I love to do. I don't miss something, especially lately, because I have like a very busy life at home as well, the family life. I mean, I'm probably doing more non-chess things than I've ever done before, maybe. Although when I was a kid, I was going to school, so that took a lot of time. But yeah, now I do a lot of other things as well with my family, and I don't think I like miss particularly something. Okay, some days you're missing, you know, some events, like because you have a tournament, maybe you miss somebody's birthday or something. That's unfortunate. Maybe you miss somebody's birth. That also happened before, because of the way things got scheduled. So I guess, yeah, maybe that is the biggest thing I've missed. But everything worked out fine.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's take a look at our current standings after 14 rounds of Blitz. We have Magnus Carlsen in clear lead with 20.5 points. Gukesh now in clear second after his win with 18 points. And Jan-Krzysztof in third.
Yeah, that fight for second is really heated up. Tell us about the pairings coming up for round 15.
Well, the key matchups will be Nodirbek against Magnus, Duda against Pragg, and Fabi against Alireza.
Yeah, Gukesh Anish.
Oh, Gukesh Anish too.
Exactly.
Okay. Every game
suddenly is a fight for second, and the magic number is getting closer and closer. I think just 1 point.
If Magnus wins this one, I'm pretty sure he wins the event.
All right.
We still have 4 rounds to go, guys, and he's only leading 2.5.
Right.
Okay, if Gukesh doesn't win, then.
Let's bring up Magnus. Where are you? There. Nodirbek. How?
He's doing great in Blitz.
I was about to say, just his rapid was a disaster. But
I'm looking at the Blitz standings. So Magnus has 10.5 points out of 14, and Wesley and Nodirbek have 9.
That's what I mean to say, that in Blitz, it's a game of confidence. And when you get on these rolls and you start to feel yourself invincible, conversely, when you get on the down cycles and start to feel like you can't do anything wrong. Magnus has a posture of, I've lost the tournament,
He looks bored.
He looks bored, like, what's going on?
Oh, Sicilian.
Wow.
His opening is surely not boring.
Okay, no E5s and no forced draws. No.
We're going to see Sveshnikov?
Sveshnikov?
Yes. Did they already?
Whoa, bishop E2, no knight D5.
That's very rare.
In fact, it's so rare, I can't recall seeing it. When did you see bishop E2?
I've never seen it either. Should black just continue A6, B5 anyways?
Of course.
Looks
A6,
logical.
B5 with the threat of B4. Usually that would induce knight to D5. I suppose, okay, here you're allowing white the opportunity of playing knight C4 to E3 after the move bishop E6.
Right, so that's why we often start with B5.
Absolutely, but okay.
And you're right, that's been played.
Okay.
There's only one game in the database, so.
Only one game.
Yeah.
This is a real rarity.
Can black just equalize with D5? I think it's possible.
There's a knight B6, but yeah, that certainly seems challenging. As does the move knight D4, by the way. Tickling and teasing the bishop on E2.
Would you castle here or go bishop D3? Yeah, rook C8 is coming.
Yeah, bishop to D3. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not used to seeing this bishop E2
You already don't
move.
like this for white, right?
Yeah, I'm feeling not so good about Nodirbek's play, and there's an indication right there. He's played the move bishop E2. He invites rook C8, knight E3. I don't think white is worse necessarily.
Bishop E7.
But I think
I'm
any
starting to like
chances.
white now. I really liked your rook C8 move, which hasn't been played yet.
Well, they're going to just transpose. Maybe they haven't. Maybe both players haven't played the most precise move order. But whether you play B5 or rook C8 or maybe even queen C7, maybe H6. I mean, I'm not afraid of F4. Please, I would welcome.
No, I'm not playing F4. I'm putting one of the knights on D5. In this case, if I'm moving with the C knight, I'll play C3 next move, kick your knight out. And it's like white has a Sveshnikov setup, but black has a Najdorf setup.
Well, if I play knight takes D5, E takes D5, bishop to D7, and you play C3, everything is fine from black's perspective, except why is your knight on B5 and not on some square
F6.
like E8?
Right.
You know, F6 would be a great square. Usually you have your knight on a bad square, but that's truly a bad square. So the idea is, if I have to go back to C6, I shouldn't be playing knight takes D5, but Okay, what else can I do here? How else could I mix
think
things
we
up?
have to go back, because knight on b5 would be so much worse.
It looks ridiculous, and I'm not getting trapped, am I? Knight takes, pawn takes,
Maybe
bishop
I can start
d7.
with a4?
Yeah, I'm beginning to be a little bit worried that I do have g6.
But do you
It's
want
not-
that position?
No, I don't want that position, but at least I'm not losing a piece. Big moments here.
Yeah,
and-
Magnus in a bit of a trouble already.
Well, I want to say that Magnus is spending a lot of time.
Almost 2-minute difference on the clock.
If I have to make oops, I was about to say.
He's taken bishop d5.
If I have to make room for the knight, I would be attracted to the move bishop d7, so I could go knight d6. Magnus surprised us all. He captured with the bishop. So his idea is, I presume, to play e4?
And it's been played, but I can just take on e4. Doesn't that win a pawn?
I like
What
the
am I
way you're
missing?
thinking. In fact, you should take the pawn. Bishop e2 would be a ridiculous move,
course.
which would justify Magnus's play. Magnus has sacrificed a pawn. He didn't like that knight on b5 position.
Does he have compensation here? Some maybe, but doesn't look like he has enough.
Why would he?
Only the reason is that white bishop is not developed yet, and it will take some time. That's the only thing I see.
Yeah, okay. I'm thinking that the bishop is very good on f6. So I would, if I was in white shoes here, I'd be thinking about c2, c3, just shutting it down on the eventuality that your bishop is going to get to f6.
Can also jump knight f5 now.
Knight f5 is a very good jump. I like that.
And after bishop f6, you can play something like queen f4 and attack d6.
By the way, knight f5 on the board.
Yeah.
Let me just refresh my board, pardon me. He is provoking bishop e5, but I was also...
Yeah, I think it's just a healthy extra pawn for Nodirbek. What
Absolutely.
a chance for him to defeat Magnus, who's been so dominant in the Blitz.
Exactly. If Nodirbek were to win this game, you know, he would go home and they'd say, "How did you do?" And the only thing he has to say is, "I beat Magnus."
I beat both current and former world champions. Yes.
A quick question: Did
Queen
Magnus?
d6? Is that a second pawn?
That is pawn number 2. But I'm looking at.
Oh,
Queen
he wants to play rook e2, I think.
So queen takes d6, rook e2. I mentioned I wanted to play c3.
And then I should have some knight d3. I should be able to get at least one pawn back.
Okay, but still, extra. The material advantage, I'm not going to say is decisive,
taken on
but
d6.
I'm a pawn grubber. I mean, every fiber.
He didn't play rook e2, knight e4. Got a question mark, so now just knight e3 exists. Maybe that's what he
Knight e3 is an
missed.
excellent move. It covers c2, it covers d5, and after the move bishop d4, go ahead
C3.
and give me your bishop.
Yeah.
And that's just a win.
I finish my
Technically, that's
development
yeah,
and stay with an extra pawn.
that's technically winning. Knight e3 looks simply excellent.
Nodirbek is playing all the best moves so far.
Awesome play.
a5, a4.
But that's the thing, Miro. One of his great is his resiliency. Magnus is oftentimes he's losing. He beat Prague from a lost position, and
And there was a game against Anish as well. There's many times Magnus was worse, but he didn't lose. So
guess what? There's an awkward threat suddenly has appeared. Knight b3.
how do I deal with that? Bishop? I have to give something back.
I guess we have to go bishop d2. I think there was sort of a glitch there for white. White was cruising. And
I mean, I see the eval bar, white is still cruising, but at least Magnus has some counterplay now, some chances. So after knight b3, maybe we can sacrifice?
Bishop takes b4.
That's what I'm thinking, but you're also taking the b2 pawn, and I'm not happy about that.
Exactly. It's one thing to lose an exchange and da-da-da-da, but
we can give up exchanges, but we're not giving up pawns.
Thank you. Now whoa. Bishop takes b2. I was really expecting knight b3. Okay, Magnus has bishop c3 in his pocket, so bishop c3. I'm assuming rook to d1.
Maybe we can take and go rook c1. Is that too risky to leave the...
Knight d3, rook c2. I think that's reasonable as well. But the good thing about the knight on c5 is it is keeping a watchful eye on the passer.
But I also like white's knight on e3. It's so good at defending the d5 pawn, we never have to worry about it.
And don't forget, I emphasize this point, don't forget the knight on e3 is defended.
Did Magnus just blunder another pawn? Bishop takes b4?
What?
Bishop takes b4 is winning.
Magnus is... No, hold on. Bishop b4, knight b4, rook b2, knight d5. Not the rook ending that Magnus wanted.
And we're headed towards this. And by the way, an update, Wesley has won his game and Gukesh is in trouble. So people who are chasing Magnus, well, Gukesh is in second, right?
Yes.
And he's in trouble. Wesley was in fourth, I believe, and he's won his game, so he might jump back to the second place.
Okay, Miro,
wow, this is just winning for white.
You're an experienced grandmaster here, but this passer on the A file is in a 4-rook ending. It's just too strong.
Should be decisive.
I think so. It's just simply too strong. You're going to go A7, rook B7, rook A1. It's what Viktor Korchnoi would call the ABCs of chess.
Yeah. Knight e3,
Fe3.
If Magnus saves this, I mean, if anyone can save it, it's
he
Magnus.
lives a charm.
But this looks unsavable.
Yeah, rook to b7.
Just rook b7.
There's rook b7. Yeah, that's the problem.
By the way, update: Gukesh, who was in with a draw. Is that the magic number for?
Yeah,
it's
we'll
close.
see after this round. But yeah, Gukesh lost his game. But Magnus is not winning, so Magnus is going to go down in this game. Best case scenario, he draws.
Oh, very much so. I think it's just a dead win when your rook is behind the pass pawn.
How could you possibly draw this?
So king f5,
yeah,
e4.
I thought just go king f5 and push the e pawn, right?
Exactly.
Yeah,
king f5, e4, e5, e6 plays itself.
Nodirbek has played a fantastic game.
Yes, but Magnus has helped him somehow play fantastic game by forcing him to play the only moves. Bishop takes b4, for example, in that moment. There was no other choice. The move knight d3 was a very strange choice by Magnus.
King c7, yeah, that's a last try. You try to go king b8 and free the rook.
Exactly.
King b8.
But white has advantage everywhere on the board.
So now rook to b7, or
that
rook
needs
b6.
to be calculated.
Rook b6,
yes.
e5, then rook b7.
That should do it.
That's the way to play. Although, why did he move his rook from a1? Why did he move his rook from a1?
I think it was a good idea, because black rook is getting active, so he's doing the same with his rook.
Now, black only needs to get rid of his pawns and then, you know, sack the rook.
I like this h3.
I do too.
Rook b6. Yeah, he's just going to start picking up pawns now.
Clock times, I see that they're moving very, very quickly.
25 seconds for both of them.
But the position's just gone. It has been gone for some time.
Yeah, rook h6 But Duda is about to win, I'm hearing, and there we go. Wow, Magnus, this is his only second loss in this whole event.
The first loss in the blitz portion. Let's jump to the game of Duda. Oops, we just got the handshake.
Duda won, and I think all the games are over. We had 4 decisive results.
By the way, hot chair for the second place. As with the loss of Gukesh, does that mean that Duda jumps?
Duda or Wesley could be second. Yeah, Duda's in clear second, maybe Wesley's in third.
Miro, share with us what happened in the other games.
Yeah, well, those losses of Magnus's closest pursuers, they were really like just like big misses, pretty much. And so, Gukesh against Anish.
Okay.
Anish has gotten a good position though from the opening, so that's an isolated pawn, but it's a very nice outpost for the rook. And Gukesh said, "Let me trade. And after you take, let me block this pawn with the queen, and potentially bishop d4, e3, very appealing. Queen a4.
Give me your
And
rook.
it turns out, yeah, those like firmly blocked pawns are not that firmly blocked. Because what do you do? I was thinking keep the rook on d2 to control d4. But still, after bishop f6, bishop d4, there is no piece to take on d4 with. Because if you take with the rook, queen b3.
Hello.
If you trade on b3, you cannot really stop the b pawn because there is a bonus threat of rook c1 and bishop h3, so the king is in danger. He ended up going queen c1 instead of rook d2, defending the rook on d1. Black went a5, and there is like even more disaster happening over here. Bishop d5, trying to solve problems with tactical means, and usually when your position is bad, tactics just doesn't work for you. Rook to d4, rook takes d5, queen c4, and there was a little queen d1 trick.
Nice.
Really, really nice. So you takes, discovered attack, and like actually up the bishop and the rook. So that's absolutely ridiculous. I believe Cristian will cover one of the games, but what I wanted to show how Wesley So won against Ivan Saric. It was a King's Indian. It was a tricky position. Black queen on h4 is in a bit of danger. Black could have solved this by giving a check and going queen h5. Both pieces hanging, but kind of cannot take really. He captured on e1 first, and then it turns out bishop takes e1. So no more knight g3, the queen's hanging, you move the queen, the knight's hanging. So it was a one move miss by Saric, and Wesley's included back into the fight, at least for the second place.
Thank you, Miro, as we take a look at our standings and that fight for the second place. Nazi.
Wow, well, Magnus still has how much? Two-point lead. Duda jumped back to the second place, but half point behind him are two players chasing him, Wesley and Gukesh. Wow, let's see the pair. No, we should go to Zagreb to hear about the other games. Over to you, Cristian and Anastasiya.
Thank you, guys. Yes, I do want to go through this game. Quite an important game for the standings, in fact, of the player in the second position, and that is Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Praggnanandhaa. Praggnanandhaa has been struggling a little bit, especially in the blitz portion, up and down, exactly. Let's take a look at this one. So it was a gioco piano, queen to f6, knight to e3. In fact, a missed opportunity, but it's so nice. Knight takes e5, knight takes e5, queen takes e5. It defends the knight on h5, but I can still go d4. And it seems like after queen to a5, bishop to a4, you move the king, or you go, let's say, c6. Now I go b4, and the queen does not have any squares on the fifth rank to protect the knight on h5. Quite nice. But of course, very difficult to spot in a blitz situation. So he played the move knight to e3, and we got to this position, which was very balanced. And in fact, Praggnanandhaa was playing a very good game. Sure, he's lacking some space right now with the black pieces due to the pawn on d5. But the pawn on d5 can also become a liability in the position. And in fact, this is exactly what happened. He played the move bishop to g4, weakening White's king's position with f3. And now rook to e5, focusing on this pawn on d5. I really like how Praggnanandhaa is playing this one. And this was one of the critical moments, I would say, because at this point, if you play rook to b8,
yes,
after bishop takes a6, I can continue with rook to a5. I'm going to capture the pawn on a2, and then you're going to have some difficulties defending the pawn on b2 as well. So this was crucial for his chances, and in fact, this would have given him a better position. But he played rook to e8, and now it's somewhat difficult to find compensation. You are a pawn down. Sure, you have some compensation.
What if I play rook a5 still?
If you play rook to e5, now I go a bishop to c4.
Ah, and you protect the pawn? And
yes, it's a little bit of a different situation because now you can go knight to e5, but then after c5, c4, you don't have this pressure on the b2 pawn. So it's a much, much worse situation for black. Now, going back to the game, he played c5, knight to c2, and d5. It does seem like you're getting some action in the center. But I have to say, Duda played a very good game after this one, allowed the sacrifice on f3. It looks dangerous. It looks like you're getting checkmated, but it does seem like you have enough pieces to defend your king. And in fact, Praggnanandhaa did not find the breakthrough in the position, and he lost this one. A very crucial victory for Duda, who, by the way, is a full-time participant in the Grand Chess Tour. So those GCT points, they matter a lot. Which one was the game that you were watching?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's also important for him that he now improved his situation in the standings. And I was checking the game between Fabiano, Caruana and Alireza, Firouzja. And I must tell you, Cristian, that it was one of the most boring games I've seen in this event. I'm sorry to say that, but it's, I mean, in a way that it was just a perfect game, perfect
Grandmaster
example,
draw.
yes, of Grandmaster draw, like no mistakes, lots of exchanges, like massive trading at certain point. And both players, of course, they were still keep playing this game, but you could see there were no really mistakes and the position simplified so quickly. And also, both of them, they kept the time balance and they were checking that everything is going under control. And yeah, I mean, you can see that not much has happened. Yes, not crazy game. And sometimes we need also some quiet positions as well. Because, I mean, of course, a lot of drama is happening still in the tournament and we don't know how it will end.
Well, the thing is, these two players are vying for position as well. I think Alireza right now is only half a point behind Fabiano. So if Alireza would have won this one, he would have surpassed Fabiano. So definitely Fabi perhaps was trying to play a slower and a more controlled game.
And also he lost the previous round against Anish Giri, so probably he wanted just to, you know, play a calm game, you know, just to stop
the bleeding,
losing. Yes,
as they say in the chess world. Guys, back to you in St. Louis, and once again, we're entering the final stretch of the event. Will anybody be able to catch Magnus?
Thank you, Cristian and Anastasiya. And let's take a look at the standings and ask that formidable question.
Well, Magnus has a 2-point lead over Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Wesley So and Gukesh are sharing third, but there is a bigger gap between them and Magnus. Let's see the pairings. Who is Magnus playing?
Well, Miro at the opening of the show said, take a look at round 16, because that could be crucial for first and second.
We predicted that Magnus and Duda would be in first and second before round 16, and they're facing each other.
Let's make that our marquee game. What do you say?
I'm with you, Yasser.
What a surprise.
I think it's a smart choice.
Well, thank you. Thank you. And we have reached a question for the commentators.
It's a long question. If each Rapid and Blitz leg of the Grand Chess Tour were counted as separate events, which player has finished in last place the most times across all GCT events?
I remember Veselin struggling in a number of events.
Topolov is misspelled. I'm gonna guess he's not the right answer.
Because of the misspelling?
I'm gonna go with C.
Anish?
Yes.
I'll go with Topolov.
No way it's Fabi. No way it's Fabi.
Fabi has had some crash and burn. Miro, jump in.
I'm thinking, okay, I have to pick B because you've picked everything else. And I'm thinking there is a chance for Fabi simply because he played the most GCT.
Yeah, but
because
are we gonna get the answer?
And the answer is
I was right.
Giri.
Thank you, thank you.
Wow.
He has 5 last place finishes.
A second place finish between Topolov and Caruana, who both had 4 last place finishes.
That's a bit shocking, especially about Fabi. Because we know he also won Rapid and Blitz a couple of times. So.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wow. As we are getting ready for this very, very big round 16, for those of you who are joining us late, yes, it's the Magnus Carlsen show, but it's been a big fight for second place. Here's a what if.
Yes, let's take a look at this graph. If Magnus wins against Duda, he immediately wins the tournament because he eliminates
his closest rival.
Exactly. If Magnus draws, I guess he needs another point or a half point.
Duda to slip.
But it's in his hands right now. He can finish the tournament in after round 16.
Yeah. He has been playing really, really well, except for this slip. This was his first slip that he just had against Nodirbek. And it took a great effort by Nodirbek as well. I mean,
he played a beautiful game, but you were right that Magnus did help him.
Yeah.
Gave him a lot of chances. We're not used to seeing Magnus just giving up pawns like that.
Yeah. Oh wait, but what was cool that even after the first pawn sacrifice, he did have some practical chances.
Sure.
And
right.
the move that Nazi mentioned when Queen D6 and you go Rook E2,
Right.
and it wouldn't be so easy to convert, especially in the blitz.
Just because it's a lingering question for me, if you don't mind, Miro, that move Bishop E2 by Nodirbek, I just haven't seen that. If you could go to the board and just show me that moment where Bishop E2 and a Sveshnikov. I mean, the tabia positions are so much deeper than move 6 or 8 that when he played this move Bishop E2, everybody has been playing Knight D5 and Bishop G. I didn't even know there was
37 games. 37 games.
I didn't even know it was an alternative move.
Right, but I think this is how it goes. So first, of course, you try to refute the Sveshnikov with Bishop G5.
Of course.
And
it's the most.
There is no refutation. And
Right.
then you try to play Knight D5, try to get an advantage, and it turns out there is no advantage.
Right.
So you go for sidelines, maybe to surprise them in the opening.
Right.
At least for this game, it worked.
And why not the prescribed A6 and B5?
B5. They would still go Knight D5. From what I understand, Knight takes, Pawn takes, and after Knight D4, Bishop D3 or Castle. So some people Castle let you to exchange the Bishop, but then perhaps quickly go C4, but Bishop D3 is also a move. So it's not as ridiculous as it looks, this Bishop E2 move.
Okay.
Because Knight can be misplaced on D4, as we have seen.
In this iteration, you've got F5 square. In the game, Magnus had a problem with his knight on D4. It got a bit stranded on that square.
Yeah, but even in a position like that, computer prefers white.
Okay.
Even though we've spent, an extra tempo with this bishop, we got our knight stuck on A3, but still, computer likes white here.
Thank you. Because it was just... I just didn't know the move. I mean, it's just not in my...
Sveshnikov is on very old opening, so none of us have ever seen Bishop E2.
Bishop
so
E2, 36
I'm glad you
games.
checked that. Yeah. Well, since we have some extra time before players start the next game, let's have a replay of the shortest game we've had so far. And that was...
the exciting matchup between
so excited
Gukesh
to watch this game. It was
and Magnus.
Gukesh and Magnus.
The joke of the commentators is Magnus spent more time adjusting his pieces at the start of the game than he did to take him to finish the game.
Well, whose fault is it? Is it that he chose Berlin? Or is it that Gukesh didn't go into the end game and tried his chances there?
Right. I think I blame Gukesh.
Well, given the tournament situation, I think he made a smart decision.
I agree.
And then
with
after
that,
he did went on to win the next game.
Which, for that brief moment, saw him in clear second.
Look at that. Gukesh has more time than he started with at the end of the round. Yeah, this is the famous Grandmaster draw.
I think there was one tournament, if I'm not mistaken, that Hikaru made that same draw twice in the same tournament. It was like one of these rapid.
They need to come up with another opening that ends this quickly, right?
Right. Well, the old days it was a Zaitsev where they would go Knight G5,
G5.
Rook
There's
F8,
also
Knight F3.
some line in Queen's Gambit accepted, I think.
Yes, with
Yeah,
Bishop takes F7, and then there was in the perk my game with Giola Sachs where it was I sacrifice a queen, then make perpetual check.
Right. Let's take a look again at our GCT standings. Currently after Romania, so MVL is in the lead with 20 points, Prague and Alireza in second and third. And both of those players currently in Croatia are struggling a bit.
Absolutely. Prague and Alireza are going to go down because, well, the other players,
Duda, Wesley, and Gukesh are going to pick up more points.
A lot of points.
Yeah.
And obviously MVL and Levon, our tournament tour players, are both missing.
It seems like no one can catch MVL after this event, but they're going to pass Levon.
Yes.
It seems that way because we expect Magnus to pick up 13 points.
Yes.
And then the second highest point is, I believe, 10. And it's Duda or Wesley or Gukesh who will pick up those 10 points.
Yeah.
And yeah, they're running out of opportunities. There's only 2 events left before the finals. So next tournament coming up is St. Louis Rapid and Blitz starting August 9th. Right after that, we'll have Sinquefield Cup, and then we'll know who qualifies for the Final Four.
And Sao Paulo, Brazil. And for those of you who can get to St. Louis, I really encourage you. The Sinquefield Cup, it's a very special event where you literally, in the Central West End, you cannot help but run into grandmasters. It seems like everybody comes to St. Louis for that event, and it's fun. The air is crackling.
Chess is in the air, right?
Yes, with chess grandmasters. Is that somebody?
That's Fabi.
Fabi.
Yes.
Fabi is an unusually early bird. I don't always see him being.
Yeah, he's not having a good day today.
Fabi has. Just a second, I'm
trying to check as well. He had a couple of, I think, 3 losses today.
Ooh, that hurts. He's up against Prague, who's been having a downswing today, cursed by his desire to win every game.
But of course, we are going to watch Magnus versus Duda. It's first place versus second, and we might have a winner of this event right after this round ends.
Should Magnus win. Should Duda, on the other hand, win, our magic number still is in
then the battle goes on. Yeah. Magnus is with the white pieces, but I'm sure he's frustrated after that last game loss. Even when you're winning the tournament, it still stings to lose a game.
Absolutely. No question about it. And Magnus, as we know, he holds himself to such an incredibly high standard.
Yeah, he gets frustrated if he wins, but he knows he made some bad moves.
Exactly. A win is not good enough. He needs to play a good game and be a deserved winner.
So just a reminder, if Magnus beats Duda, he wins the tournament outright. No playoffs, nothing.
An enviable position to be in, I might add. And we are underway.
No more
E4,
P3.
E5.
He's playing for a win. Oh,
the 4 knights.
4 knights.
And he goes into the Scotch
right?
ending.
Yes.
Yeah.
96. I mean, it's not like draw is a bad result for him.
No.
Bishop D3.
And these days, everybody's playing D5 in castles, not recapturing on D5.
I don't remember seeing Magnus playing this with the white pieces, though.
I'm trying to recall as well. I don't. Miro, do you remember Magnus playing this ending with the white pieces?
No, not really.
Not
I mean,
offhand,
he
right?
might have played, because with so many games they are playing, and online games and so on and so forth, but like not in any major event.
For those of you who aren't aware, we are still in the throes of a theory. It may look like the move F2, F3 will lead to...
It looked like, Magnus touched D pawn, but he didn't quite. He was like touching the pawn, let go, and then he switched to F3.
Right. This is still all standard theory?
Still theory, yes.
Queen takes C3.
Bishop F4, Queen C6. Yeah. And we like 2 bishops. There's still 38 games in the database.
That's a lot, 38.
Yeah. So where's on move 15? I think queen goes to E2 or D2. Oh, H3 I haven't seen. This might be a novelty.
Well, I was about to say...
It is a novelty.
Bishop to G6, getting rid of the 2 bishops. That's a big plus, I want to say. Rook D8, bishop takes D3, C takes D3, knight D5. I find nothing objectionable about black's position whatsoever. I think.
Well, there's a C7 pawn, but it'll get traded for D3.
Exactly, that's what I'm thinking as well. I'm capturing the bishop. I'm playing knight D5, and maybe parking my queen on either A6 or A4. And I feel that I've sufficiently equalized.
For sure.
Rook E8.
Duda chose a different plan. Rook E8. Queen F2. Well, he can go Queen C3 maybe and just trade the pawns right away. Oh.
Queen C3.
Yes. Okay. You can take E8 because A1 is hanging.
Yeah, I was just thinking, if you go Queen C3, Rook E8, Rook C1, I don't mind trading the D pawn for the A7 pawn, because then I would get a pass A pawn. Knight d5, as we've seen.
Bishop g3. I was expecting actually bishop e5 just to stop queen c3 from happening.
You like the idea of posting up on c3. Nothing wrong with that, truly. I'm more of the queen a6. Let me put my pawn on c6. You know, the safe school of chess. By the way, let me put my pawn on light squares so that, you know, that the pawn's not vulnerable. A6 is a decent move. Rook e4.
Magnus wants to double the rooks.
Strategically speaking, it would be a howler of a mistake to help white.
Because then white would just end up a pawn. Your c7 pawn won't survive for too long.
Exactly. Queen b5.
Well, we expect rook e1. Maybe
yes.
Asking black a question. Do you want to take on e4?
Similarly, queen on f2 is now transferred to a much more active square. By the way, not for nothing, I'm not sure that knight b4 was a threat. I doubt it was a threat. But it's always nice when you keep reducing your opponent's options, right?
Absolutely. And we also have some new ideas. Rook g4, bishop e5. We can look at the king side now.
Absolutely. No, I like bishop. If I could get my opponent to play f6, provoke the move f6, make some weaknesses around on the king side. I like your rook g4, bishop e5 ideas. I like including the rook on a1 into the game, rook to e1, rook to c1. And it feels like Magnus has made progress.
Yeah, I think maybe Duda combined too many ideas.
I don't like this rook e8.
Yeah, starting with that move was probably a mistake.
Okay, I think we're about to see rook to e1.
Or c1, both of them look good.
The reason I was playing rook e1, I had the threat. I guess well,
Black
you're going to play
c6,
c6
yeah.
in any case.
But bishop e5 maybe provoke f6.
Agreed. a4. I'm indifferent to that move.
I don't think it changes anything.
Sometimes, you know, when you don't strike the right opportunity, and bishop e5 look like you've done everything.
Right.
You've done the best you could. Get it.
Sometimes the moment passes and then it's too late.
Right.
But rook d8, I think Duda
something has gone wrong.
Said, okay, rook e8 was a mistake. I'm going to take that back.
And by the way, again, Magnus has eschewed bishop e5. I don't know why. I really think it was important to provoke f6. Okay, queen c5. Clock times.
3.5 against 2.5, so extra minute for Magnus.
Okay.
I'm still going to keep saying bishop e5 until it happens. It's such a good move. I want to also, after f6 now, I'll keep the bishop on this diagonal maybe.
On the long diagonal?
Exactly.
Okay. I will play bishop e5.
Looks like I'll be saying that until this game is over. Because
Nice.
Magnus is not making that move. He has different ideas. Does he want to play? I'm not sure what his idea is, to be honest.
Well put. I don't either. I don't like the move rook d4 per se.
Do we have anything in this endgame?
Well, I noticed that Duda played a6, which I thought was very good to leave the pawn on the light square. But now that you've put the pawn on a5,
it's something, yes, but
maybe.
I don't know. Black has such active knight, and the other rook now can go to e8 and come to e2.
By the way, I mean, it just we've been saying, what if Magnus wins? What if Magnus wins? But a draw is not that bad for Magnus. I mean, he stops the guy who's closest to him. Rook to c5 asks some salient question.
Knight b4 exists, defending a5 and attacking d3. What do we do? Rook d4?
Makes a lot of sense. Rook to d4. On a good day, we get to play rook to d6.
Maybe. Oh, I was going to go back rook e8.
This bishop needs a better life. I'm just not sure if it's better on the long diagonal. I liked your idea a moment ago. I'm with you. That whole bishop e5, rook g4. Look at that. We provoked the weakness. f6. h4. And again, we love doing these little things as white because now the G7 pawn is a perpetual liability. Whenever we get into any minor piece ending, your black's king might be stuck.
Defending those pawns, because if bishop makes it to f8, that'll be game over.
Exactly.
I mean, Magnus is cruising here. Of course, it's a small advantage, but he can maneuver for a long time. Oh, do you want to play rook d7?
I don't know. I was
I think giving up a5 is a bit risky.
Agreed.
So maybe king h3, just improve on the king side as much as you can.
Exactly. King h3, king g3.
Maybe
somehow,
g4, yeah.
Yeah, somehow include a little bit more space. Magnus is on the sunny side. I just don't know how bright is the advantage.
But we know that it's unpleasant to play defense for a long time, especially with low time on the clock. So it's easy to slip up for black here. And what is the idea of rook c4?
Give me the knight. I wanted to take and take.
But you can't. There is c5. Pawn c5 at the end now.
Yes,
yeah,
that was the fork.
Duda played rook c7, yeah.
Now I can't. Okay. Improving.
Yeah, black needs to just stand and wait. Rook a6, rook a, just go back and forth. You don't have any other better improving moves, right?
Agreed. But white does. White has a number of ways of improving his position. Bringing his king closer, advancing on the king side. I'm not saying g4, f4, f5 and planting a rook on e6 is frightening in any measure, but it's something for white.
c5 is a commitment now because that pawn on the dark square will always be under attack. But he calculated some concrete line. He's going to trade c5 for d3. And you're not losing a pawn? Rook b5, right? b3?
I think we play rook to b3. You go a5, and then I go rook a3. So I think I play rook to b3 here.
Rook b7 check?
a5, yeah, king g8.
Yeah, you have to drop to g8, which is not ideal.
Yeah, I think
what about king f4 right now? It got a question, rook b3 got a question mark.
Really?
It's apparently not a good move.
Rook to b1?
King f4?
Rook to b1.
And is the king fast enough? But Magnus missed that opportunity. He played rook b6.
Okay, rook to b2. Give me the pawn. I want to play as black b3 and rook a2 and make a draw.
That would be the quickest way to draw.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think white has anything here left.
But Miro, did you think rook b7 check would have given Magnus anything significant?
You mean after rook b3? King f4 was even a better move.
And was it something significant?
Well, computer gives 1.4, but you never know in such positions. It can be 1.4 that wins or 1.4 that it's just a draw with an extra pawn. You know, so needs investigation.
I think Duda's calculating king e6. I personally would not want to lose both g7
I'll go back
and
to f8.
Yeah.
And update, Alireza has just defeated Gukesh.
I'm really stunned by the decision to jettison the g7 pawn. I thought king g8, king h7 was safe.
Well, looks like this is also safe.
Really?
Yeah.
Rook takes g7, why is it safe?
Just rook a2.
Rook a2,
We're going to see players play this.
7
And
king d5? I don't know.
Or just, yeah, king d5 and start going. Or b3. Rook b7? Is he just giving up the pawn? Yes.
Did it?
And cutting off the king, rook b5.
King to d6 to c6? That should be an easy draw, just trying to push the rook away.
Just don't let my king get to g6. That would be a surprising decision. He wants to just defend 3 versus 2.
Okay, I would probably play rook to a5 in this case. Whoa. No, I'm afraid I'm losing. Rook to g4 and rook to g6.
I think you are now. Rook a7 was a huge mistake.
What the heck? I mean, Duda just...
Is Magnus about to win the tournament?
King h4. I
He
think he
is.
is. He's a,
Rook goes to g6. That's it. I'm winning the second pawn.
It's ridiculous. Rook to g6. Duda has just blundered the game away. It's over.
G4 was apparently a mistake. No longer winning for white.
You
We
didn't
spoke too
need...
soon.
I think you're still winning, by the way.
Not according to the engine.
Really?
Yeah.
White rook
That's
is
a
trapped. It's not coming
that's a
out.
funny fortress.
Because the only way you can come out is by playing g5.
Yeah.
And then you get
I've
FNH.
seen it sometimes, yeah. It's a funny fortress.
Can Magnus win the FNH second time?
On the second attempt, by the way.
On the second attempt. Oh my goodness. So g4 was... g4, he ensnared his own rook.
Yes. I mean, both players were playing with 2 seconds, so hard to judge them. And I think, practically speaking, maybe he still has some chances here? Or is this easily holding for black?
I wouldn't say easily.
I also saw that Fabi defeated Prague.
Wow. A big win for our tour players there.
Yeah, they're playing for those points, GCT points.
Which, with all of his rivals making draws...
No, Duda will still have a chance to catch him, right?
Will he? Okay.
Rook
Magnus has
A7.
got one last trick up his sleeve. He wants to give a back rank mate.
You have to go on the short side, right?
Right.
If you want to e8, then it's a technically winning endgame.
King
This
to
is a
F7.
draw. But actually, I've seen this go wrong too. It can happen if you don't know how to draw this. Of course, Duda knows, but with 5 seconds.
Yeah, you've got to play like
Yeah.
you know
Rook
your
B6
math
was the
tables.
only move, by the way.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
He knows how to defend this. Rook e6, check. You can give another check or play King h7.
Duda needs to hold this game to prevent Magnus from clinching at the tournament.
Rook drops back. Yeah, now we just give checks from the side.
Exactly. As many
Just
checks
don't
as
take
we
too
can.
much time. Don't forget about your clock.
Exactly. Keep checking.
Here, I think you have to just go. You can give another check, actually.
King g6 looks
Oh,
pretty...
that works too, because now Rook c8 check and Rook f8.
Yes.
And that will be a draw.
Rook f8, King e6, though. Rook
Rook
b1.
b1.
Magnus is giving every last draw. That's funny. Rook a1. the mad rook position.
King g7, correct?
Threatening King f8.
All right, now they're going to agree to a draw.
Rook. He promotes to rook.
Nice save by Duda.
Wow. Applause, applause. I was shocked how poorly Duda was seizing the defensive there, and if Magnus had not played g4, he would have clinched first. We don't have a clear winner yet, but what happened in the other games, Miro?
Well, we'll see the results later on. So there's one game that I've picked, which is Alireza winning against Gukesh. So pretty much putting Gukesh's chances not only of a second place, but I guess maybe of top 3 out of the question. I don't know where to start, let's say from move 13 or something, which is like a relatively typical structure. So the queen, maybe I'll show this moment. So queen b3 was answered with queen b6, c5, and then you have a choice. You can go queen c7, b7 pawn you have to defend. Yeah, so queen c7, but then after bishop f4 you'll have to go queen c8, or you can trade, as in our game, you can trade on b3. And this is the structure we've gotten, and somewhere here it starts to be interesting, because despite white having more space, despite white like kind of typically having pressure, black's position is known to be super solid, very hard to crack through. h4 up now, h4, f6, h5. That's very rare, by the way. So normally you try to do something on this wing, but yeah, Alireza just plays on both wings. Knight h4, e5. knight e4, d e4, bishop e3. By the way, there's one really interesting argument that white, computer suggests that white practically on every move that none of your pieces are hanging, white could castle. That will be important later on. a5, rook a5, rook a5, ba5. a5, by the way, is a clever way to organize a counterplay on the king side, queen side, pardon. Bishop d4, knight c5, knight g6, bishop takes, pawn takes. So now, at different stage, the king is not great on g8, right? If we just like let white go about this, maybe lift the rook to h3, or believe it or not, castle short, it's still available, even though we are deep in the endgame. White will be better, so black has to come up with f5, trying to eliminate the g6 pawn. f5, g takes, rook takes, bishop to h3, rook d5, attacking the bishop, bishop e3, king f8. Here, that's the last time, that's move 27, by the way. Last time where computer insists on white castling. It's not so often you can castle move 27. By the way, castle computer reckons to be the best move. Alireza goes bishop c8, the move that will win him the game, but black had an antidote to that one, would he play bishop f6. Instead, Gukesh goes with knight b3, which was still okay. Rook takes h6.
Hello.
This rook, yeah, white deliberately did not castle because in move 28, that's the first time this rook moves, and it captures on h6. Bishop b4 check, king f1, and it was still, kind of black was still in the game with bishop d2, but white's already better, and knight takes a5 happened to be the end of it, because rook h4, you can't really defend e4. By the way, I just realized, I have to show what happens if the rook is taken. It's bishop takes, king e8. If you go here, it's a check followed by g7 check, right? So king, yeah, after this check, king e8, and this g7.
And after king
and
f7?
There's g7, g5's covered, and after king f7, there's bishop e6, the queen, the pawn promotes into a queen. So that's why the rook was not possible to take. Anyway, we've got him here, rook f4, and he went king g8 and resigned because of bishop e6. So the last, yeah, but this wouldn't be much better, right?
It's
a very original game. That's what I wanted to say. That the rook from h1 enters the game immediately. The end game, which is played by Firouzja like a very sharp middle game, like moving pawns here, moving pawns there, sacrificing. Well, hard for Gukesh, of course, but yeah, that's a feeling like that the game was well played, to be honest. Even losing this game, you shouldn't be ashamed because he played well. It's just that at the right moment, Firouzja was more precise.
A very important point indeed. Thank you, Miro, as we take a look at our standings. After 16 rounds.
2 more rounds to go, and Magnus has a 2-point lead, almost the champion. Jan-Krzysztof is in clear second, but only half point behind him is Wesley So. And Gukesh still maintains 4th place. He still has chances for the finish at the podium.
Exactly. For Alireza, that was a very big point. Again, the GCT Tour standings, if Alireza can surpass Gukesh and somebody stops Duda and Wesley. But let's toss to Anastasiya and Cristian in Zagreb.
And in fact, there was another very important game, and that was the one between Anish and Wesley, because as we've seen, Wesley is so close to the podium, to the 2nd position as well. Take a look, and he had a great opportunity, by the way, to catch up with Duda. This position, he's with the black pieces, Wesley, against Anish. He has the 2 bishops, and he has control over the A file, so he's looking really sharp at this point. What Anish should have done was just say, you know what, I need to exchange these rooks. I don't like these rooks. You take on b3, but then I just simply take on e5. Perhaps from afar, it didn't look like this knight on e5 is very safe, right? You go king h7, and it seems like this diagonal is just going to cause you a lot of trouble. But after d4, you break that pin, and then take. Whenever you try to start swinging with the pawns on that side, then I can just infiltrate. And you don't have the very good defensive bishop on g7. He did not do that. He played the move e4. And right now, Wesley's taking over. As you will see in just a second, rook to d8. He repeats once. I've seen Wesley do this quite a few times. He repeats once, and then he goes into the best move in the position, which he did. Swing the rook on f8 so that you take advantage of the pressure down the f file. King h7, rook b1, And I will just skim through this game for a little while because they did shuffle the pieces before he decided to break and before he decided to create more opportunities. With the bishop, with the dark square bishop. Rook to b5, bishop to f8, queen to c3. As you can see, another repetition by Wesley.
2 seconds are important.
Yes, exactly. And at this point, I think the best move in the position would have been just take the pawn. Queen takes d3. If you do go rook to c5, bishop to e3 just simply finishes the game. That's a double attack on the rook and the queen. And if you take with the queen on c5, you can almost sense that the king is just simply going to get checkmated. There's no more access back with the queen. You're just simply going to get checkmated. He played the move c4. But after bishop takes c4, d takes c4, rook to d2, he thought that after queen to c2 is just game over.
Yeah,
There's
because
no way
you're
to defend.
threatening bishop and what?
But guess what?
King f1?
Just a simple king f1. And right now, I'm a pawn up, first of all, and I'm getting the check on f7. And if you don't take the draw, well, I'm just simply going to take the draw myself as white with queen f7. So he was forced to take the draw.
Wow.
Big miss, huge miss by Wesley. What was the game that you were watching?
What a roller coaster, actually, it was. Yes, I was watching the game between with Praggnanandhaa, Caruana, and I can tell you that things started really crazy from the very beginning. Just look at this opening. Have you ever seen something like this? Bishop g4, f3.
Yes.
Yes. Then bishop f5, e4. All this is fine, but then I really like this move g4. Yes, I mean,
I haven't seen this one.
This g4 is really impressive. Yes, and then I think Pragg was in this kind of
maybe
mode,
even h4. Yeah, did he go h4?
Did a little. Just wait a second after like some serious moves. h4 happened on the board. You were right, chasing this bishop, threatening to play h5. Now black has to play h5 itself. And then after g5 and g4, he went for the long castle. And suddenly, but white's position is actually fine. It's okay.
I like it.
But then after a couple of moves, I don't know. He just wanted probably to attack no matter what. And look what happened. After bishop b7, he suddenly played move d5. And after he gave this pawn, of course, you said A, you have to say B. He played knight d5, but it turned out that simply there is no any compensation.
It's too much.
It was just too much. He gave a piece, and there was no an attack. Fabio, of course, had to play some accurate moves like rook c8, and then he just simply moved his rook in the center, exchanging this active rook on d5. And after that, it was just a piece up for black. And I really like the fact that Fabio made castling on move 22.
Finally, I was waiting for this castle for a long time.
Yes, the castle really happened. And after that, I can tell you there was no hope for Pragg in this one. So I think he was just in a very aggressive mode. And sometimes it happens that you over push and your opponent just simply takes all material and just happily gain an extra point.
Again, this is a battle between two players that really want to win and take a lot of chances to do so, Fabiano and Praggnanandhaa. It was Fabi that got on top on this one. Definitely a race for the podium in the last couple of championship rounds. We'll be here with the final interview in just a few rounds. For the moment, back to you.
Thank you, Anastasiya and Cristian. Once again, we're going to take a look at the pairings as we tee up this.
Maybe standings first?
Standings before we tee up.
Just to remind everyone that Magnus has a 2-point lead with only 2 rounds to go. Jan-Krzysztof is the only player chasing him with 2 points behind, and then Wesley and Gukesh in 3rd and 4th.
Pairings for round 17, our penultimate round coming up.
Let's see who the leaders are playing. We have Magnus against Pragg. It's going to be an interesting match. Duda against Saric, and Wesley against Alireza.
Everything to look forward to. In the game that we just saw between Magnus and Duda, the players had a little post-mortem at the end of the game as they were discussing the missed opportunities that they may have had. And I think Magnus just went g4.
Yeah, that was a bad move. So I could have just taken on h6. Yeah. I think they have a longer discussion now as they're walking away and realizing what...
And Magnus was like, wait a minute. Couldn't I have just played... Why did I play g4? Couldn't I have just gone da-da-da-da-da? No, you're right.
I was like, wait, what?
Magnus, they're playing it blindfold, but they went back to the board to just have a look like there's some residue on the board there.
That was you have something for us, Miro?
Yes, and Nodirbek redeems himself during the Blitz, right? And during the second day of Blitz especially. And that's, once again, a little fragment of him winning against Ivan Saric. And unlike other players who well, not all of them, but very often you see players winning like in a very conventional manner. Nodirbek takes a lot of risks, sometimes like playing lost positions for a win and so on, but when it pays off, it pays off. So this position with white, even Saric with white, that's move 19, or no, move 16, pardon. Nodirbek goes for e5. So opposite castles, white somewhat over-advanced on the king side, but you do not expect white to lose in the next 6 moves or something.
No.
Moreover, white is objectively better in this position, and white finds a brilliant response. Saric plays b4.
Bravo.
b4, very good move. Queen to c7. Queen takes f7, all correct. e4, bishop e2, and king to b8. So now white supposedly is better with a c4 move, with king g2, one of the moves that computer likes, but not with queen takes d5, what can be more logical than taking a pawn. Knight f6 here, and then all of a sudden you're welcome to take my knight, and it turns out you vacated the square for the knight. Knight cannot be taken because of bishop h2. Black gets a fantastically strong attack and wins the game in the next few moves.
Wow.
Thank you, Miro. And we see Magnus for the first time ever, first on the board, without his opponent there. Who's he waiting for? Pragg, right?
I think he's just he's replaying in his mind what he just missed.
I don't think so. I think he's like,
sure
okay, I'm about to win this tournament.
No, he's like, he's upset with himself. You can see.
But in the round 17 against Pragg, all he needs is a draw. If he draws, he wins the tournament. No one can catch him.
It's that simple.
But will he play for a draw? No.
No.
Of course not.
Look, you've got a 2-point lead. Pragg has been, you see the potential. Every time I see Prague's games, you see that this is a player that could easily be a future world champion. I mean, we talk about 2025 being his year. He's won just about everything. Here, he's had a lot of hiccups. He's alternated victories and losses. By the way, a repeat by Magnus on the same ending that he just played.
So wait a second,
with Duda.
He's not playing for a draw, but also he's playing very safe.
And by the way, no bishop g4, but rather c6 takes d5, the rather conventional move.
It's a slightly different line. Bishop e6.
I think there must be 1,000 games or more.
This is still very much a theoretical line.
Exactly. Queen f3, rook b8. They do all kinds of things here as black.
At least in this line, not too many pieces come off that quickly. Because in Magnus' game against Duda, it was like knight versus bishop so quickly, right? All the other minor pieces got traded. Knight b5. I don't think I've seen that before.
I'm kind of much more used to queen f3 and knight e2, especially when the bishop has committed itself to e6, bringing the knight to e2 to f4. Very, very sensible decision. a3 and b4, and very quickly not capturing the pawn. There must be some tricky knight c7 issues with bishop f6. C2,
right?
c3 just to secure the d4 square.
No, he played queen d2. But now after a6, do you just go back to c3?
I guess so.
But wouldn't c3 be easier than putting the knight on d4 beautifully?
Yeah.
But Pragg didn't play a6 either. I think we're in a new territory now. This is a new position. Either queen d2 or rook c8 was a novelty.
Okay. Again, I'm still falling back on
c3.
My prejudice of making a secured outpost in the center of the board for the knight. c2, c3. Alternative?
Maybe queen f4?
Queen f4.
It stands out. And on h6, you plan to take on f6.
Yeah, but after bishop f6, queen f6, I won't say the pawns are weak. So, okay, finally c2, c3 again. Magnus is just saying, I'm ready to plant my knight in the center.
So now on h6, Do you go to e3 or h4? Both good options.
Well, I'm a little bit worried about knight e4.
That was my point. Yes.
Yeah. Bishop h4. The knight's in a pin, except it's not an absolute pin. An absolute pin, the knight would be pinning to the king, but knight e4 kind of turns the tables. Who's pinning whom? So
he went bishop e3 to avoid that, and still knight e4 has been played. I'm starting to like black a little bit.
Me too.
I think white knight is not happy on b5. It should already be on d4.
I'm feeling exactly the same way, Nazi.
I don't want to take on e4, but at the same time, do I play queen e1 just to keep everything protected?
It's gross.
It is.
I would not recommend this to friends or foes alike. But could I just take on a7? I mean...
Is your knight not trapped there?
Maybe. You take with the rook?
Yes.
I take on a7.
Bishop e3? Bishop e3. If you take my rook, I have bishop c5 back.
If I take your rook, you have bishop c5. You got... Magnus has not done this.
Let's catch up with the players. He played knight d4, and now after bishop c4, I mean, black looks much better. The white square is completely dominated.
Bishop takes e4. This is the game. This is the position I would not want to play as white, as I feel that black's play is too easy.
Too easy, and he can play for f5, f4 ideas.
Spanking, positioning up the bishop with bishop to d3 and going after the c3 pawn also, I find very attractive.
Of course, it's very early to say this, but Magnus might lose 2 in a row before winning the event.
You mean our playoff graphic is going to make a comeback?
Too early to tell, but right now, Prague is much better.
Okay.
There's no denying it. And also on the clock, extra minute and a half.
By the way, the move h3, to my mind, is an indication that Magnus would like to play queen to...
But let's stop it, right? f5?
Yes.
f5 looks wonderful. I'm not weakening anything since I'm the only one with the white square bishop.
Exactly.
He didn't play it, bishop d3, allowing queen g4.
I'm playing queen g4 in a heartbeat.
Yes, yes. Magnus coming back into the game a little bit. I think f5 was necessary for black.
Yeah, I was about to say, Magnus is coming back into the game a bit, because if I play the move knight f5 here, you win the pawn on c3. Yay, congratulations. I trade the queenside pawns 4 versus 3 with a knight on e3. Easy, easy draw for Magnus. And Magnus recognized it immediately as usual.
Yes,
He's very, very good at recognizing his chances and opportunities.
Maybe Prague overestimated his chances in the end game. He's still better, but it might not be enough to win.
Exactly. Clock times?
2 minutes for Magnus, 3.5 for Prague.
Well, wait a minute, Prague.
Yeah, it is a nice time advantage, but this is not a complicated position.
Uh-oh, I have alert. I can
you
get a bishop.
You want to go in the opposite color, right?
If I'm trying to draw, you bet. I want to play knight to d5, attack that rook, and attack that bishop so that I could force an opposite color bishop.
I like how Prague is thinking here.
Well, king h8 or king h7. You had to carefully weigh the two squares.
Was there really a big difference?
No.
Maybe on knight d5 he can take bishop e3. And on knight c3 I have bishop d2. So I'm not letting you get the opposite color bishops.
Takes e4.
Take, rook e8.
And f3. You're better, of course. I don't question that it's
shouldn't be enough.
Correct. So knight, of course, Prague can play rook c6, rook b6, but in a bishops of opposite color ending, that is a certain draw. There's just no issues for white anymore. So he's gone for the line that we were just looking at with knight takes.
No, Magnus took on e3. I think that's just a mistake.
Really? Really? Rook takes e... Okay, wait a minute. Magnus is thinking he's going to play knight b4 or knight f4? and somehow win this pawn?
But I can go rook c4 and I'm not giving that pawn away.
Well, isn't your bishop trap rook c4, knight b4?
Rook d8, I have the other rook.
Rook d1.
And rook d4. I'm keeping that pawn alive.
Holding
Defending
on.
it with everything I've got.
Exactly.
I mean, even this looks good for Prague as well. Maybe rook c8. Let's bring the other rook.
Okay,
That's your idea.
F3. It's not my idea. I'm just wondering what Magnus seems to be flipping different defensive schemes, and I'm just not sure which one he's going to settle on.
A4, completely unexpected. You know, we always expect Magnus to make a move on one side, and then he surprises us with a completely different move on the other side.
Now, this is a very practical decision by Prague. He's saying, look, I'm the one with the light square bishop. I want to make sure that that pawn remains a target throughout the rest of the game.
I just noticed Prague has an idea on f3. He can play g5 and force you to take on d3.
I don't like what Magnus is doing here. Okay, king h2.
Maybe rook b4?
I'm assuming rook b4, bishop c2, rook b4, bishop c2 ideas.
This is getting more and more dangerous for white.
I mean, all Magnus needs is a draw to clinch first. And Prague saying, no, you don't. Here we go, rook b4. And Prague is definitely the one
playing for a win here,
playing
of course.
for the win.
But we've seen Magnus recover worse positions in this event. So.
By the way, he recovered a worse position against Prague yesterday.
Oh, yeah?
Prague was winning the game, and Magnus turned it around in the time scramble.
And he actually won.
And he won.
Yeah.
From desperately trying to hold the draw to winning the game. Prague just...
He is going for that pawn on a4.
And who can blame him? By the way, it just happens that this pawn on g4 also kind of stands out a little bit.
You know,
now, what is the idea?
Before taking on a4, Prague can just improve his position, right? Bring the king out. Because white's just paralyzed. It's just a waiting game. White is waiting for black to take on a4, and then we trade the e pawn for a pawn.
Quick question, g5.
g5.
If you move your knight away, then I get to take the pawn for free. If you take, oops.
With a check, yes, that's very unpleasant.
And I'm 2 pawns up, I think g5 might be a winning move.
Prague played bishop a6. He's not allowing this trade.
With g5, wasn't g5 a winning
I think
move?
you're right, yes, sir. G5 also looked very good.
Not that he's...
I mean, what's funny is that Magnus can lose this game and still win the tournament because I'm hearing that Duda's in trouble. And if Duda's not winning, Magnus is champion already.
Gotcha. So it's kind of backing your way across the finish line, if you will.
So now he's down 2 pawns.
He's lost.
He's completely lost, yes. Unless he pulls some magic.
I've been seeing it for years. He's pulled the Magnus magic.
Prague needs to maintain the clock, right? He's ahead. He has.
That is a great relief for Prague. The pawn on e4 was kind of
weakness.
A weakness that after knight takes e6 and rook e5. But now that he gets a chance to take it, he'll keep the 2 extra pawn advantage. I would take on f3, play bishop b3. Every minor piece loves an anchored square. And the bishop, I would have never have played this.
And we're hearing that Gukesh finished the tournament with a win against Fabi. That's always a good thing to finish with a win.
Exactly.
Wow, Saric defeated Duda, and Magnus is our champion, no matter how this ends.
Wow. Wow.
I don't know if he knows it because he's focused on his game. He's not watching what Duda is doing. And it looks like Magnus is going down, but he'll still win the event with a loss.
It's so clear, though. I mean, I'm not a fan of what Prague has done. You play a3, I play rook.
Okay, now it's not winning anymore.
That's what I'm saying.
He did pull the magic.
Why?
Incredible. He's saving this.
This is very strange technique by Pragg for me.
And Pragg's looking at the board, like, what is happening? How am I not winning this? Yeah, this is like a Zugzwang type of position. Your rook is stuck. You can't improve it. Your king can come out.
But king e2, king f3, king e2, king f3. Looks like a draw.
It's a Zugzwang where white is not in the Zugzwang, right?
Right. And by the way, there was f6. Magnus could have also have played f6 on the previous move.
I think this is just a draw. Pragg can't do anything. He's trying, but this is no way. He just took on e3. Okay.
Clock times?
I can't tell really. I think just 10 seconds or less for both.
My
yeah, our board is kind of stuck, but let's follow.
It froze because I thought somebody lost on time, and that was why my board wasn't updating. But it's 5 seconds to 5 seconds.
In the current position, check, check. Yeah, it's a draw, but is it that simple?
I think so.
But black king is improving.
True.
Maybe king g5. No, I can't do king g5 now.
But white always has king h2.
Right, the waiting move.
Yeah, when needed.
Okay, king e4. 8 seconds for Magnus. 5.
Check.
Check.
Yeah, but there is no way he's winning.
I think we caught up on our boards as well.
Yes, my board is good.
Yeah, he's holding. He's defending this very well. Okay, 3 check.
King h2.
Yeah, it's still a draw.
Well, kudos to Pragg for forcing Magnus to find some very nice moves there at the end, including king h2.
Yeah,
that was
a lot of only moves. Now they're trading a pawn for the g pawn. It's important for Magnus to not lose that f pawn.
f6 is Magnus's big idea.
He's planning to do, yes.
King f1?
Absolutely crucial.
No.
Wait. It's getting a little tricky. It's still a draw, but yes, he's taking the g7 pawn. Okay, now it's a draw.
Okay.
Wow, what a save. I mean, Pragg was so close to winning, but no, Magnus saved it, and he wins the event. Congratulations, Magnus.
Wow, but Pragg's decision to allow knight takes e6, that is absolutely confounding. Our congratulations, Magnus.
Deserved win for sure.
Truly impressive. He was 4 points behind after the rapid, closed the gap, and won the event.
There he is, 2025 SuperUnited Rapid Blitz champion, taking home $40,000 and taking away 13 GCT points from the tour players.
Impressive, impressive. Again, Magnus, congratulations.
He is the strongest Blitz player in the world for a reason.
Yeah.
He's walking out. He doesn't even look that happy.
I know.
He's like, I won the event, but I'm not happy with how I played.
Right.
These last 2 games.
It looks like he's ready to find somebody to vent his frustrations to. He's like...
Probably his wife or his second are nearby.
Yeah. If I was a second, I'd be taking off. Where's the fire exit? Miro, you have some positions you'd like to share.
Yeah, that's of course a lot of stuff happened in this round. Magnus's game needs proper analysis, but this is just a little nice picture, I thought. Nodirbek against Anish, people who are not fighting for the first or the second or the third place, but still play chess in this tournament. And I thought it was a model game, but since we are limited in time, I'll show just the end of it. So white was already better when Anish played rook to d7. You see a question mark, and what happens here? So white goes f4. Very simple, the knight's trapped, one would think. No, knight g6, king g6, and that's what Anish was relying on. 2 pieces both hanging.
Checkmate.
Nodirbek seen through it. It's a check here, king h5. But you'd be surprised, it looks like the king is checkmated. How it's not so easy. And Nodirbek's very next move, bishop g5, apparently is already not the strongest. So believe it or not, but rook d5 was the strongest move. and then there is like a funny line. D4, knight to D4, G4.
Actually, sorry, 1 second. Rook F5, I think checkmates instead of G4. Right here, one move ago.
Rook takes F5 checkmates
Let's
as
show
well.
this beautiful mate.
Rook takes F5. Sorry, that was the other one where this was. Yeah, knight F5 and then bishop to G5. A quiet move, but there is G4 threat, and if you try to stop G4, there is Rook H6.
Nice.
Yes. So there is a nice line, and so on and so forth. After Bishop G5, yes, White is winning, but technically wasn't the strongest move. Bishop to G7, then he goes Rook D5, but of course, yeah, you cannot preserve this king alive for much longer. Knight to E5, bishop to E7. Well, not quite, because the bishop on G5 was hanging. Right, so bishop E7, Rook E8, G4, exclamation mark. Takes here, takes here. He couldn't checkmate. He had to simplify, but still won a beautiful game. Rook G6. Nodirbek, once again, in Blitz, in the second day of Blitz. He actually done exceptionally well.
I think he's in second, if we just count the Blitz.
Justin.
And here's the standings with 1 game left. Magnus Carlsen already won the event. But there's a big fight for second place. There's a 3-way tie.
Absolutely.
Wesley, Duda, and Gukesh.
And so many Grand Chess Tour points, and there we see Nodirbek and Alireza also with 1 game left. Tell us the pairings for the final round. Oh, sorry.
And again, congratulations to our winner, Magnus, taking down SuperUnited Rapid Blitz. And we go to break.
Yes.
Right before the last round. We're going to take a short break. Anastasiya talked to Anish, Giri. Take a listen, and we'll be right back.
Anish, welcome back to Grand Chess Tour, this time as a wild card. We're happy to see you in Zagreb. What is your mindset going into the tournament?
Yeah, thank you. I'm happy to be back. I've been in wild cards before, I recall some of the years. Yeah, I was just really happy to play the Rapid Blitz event. The beginning of the Grand Chess Tour was mostly the classical chess, and the early Grand Chess Tour introduction of Rapid Blitz was a little difficult for me. I was struggling with motivation for that. I thought it was not really serious. Everybody was focusing only on the classical at the time. And now things have changed, and I've played a lot of Rapid Blitz. I'm really motivated to do well there, motivated to play for World Rapid Blitz World Championship cycle as well, you know, with the event at the end of the year. So I've played a lot of Rapid Blitz before this. I played some smaller tournaments in the Netherlands, even played an event in Estonia, played online a lot, played in some matches with Hans. So I'm playing a lot of Rapid Blitz lately, and this will be a great opportunity for me to play another one.
It seems that lately you had a really good run, winning Sharjah Open and then also defeating Hans Niemann in 2 matches, as well as competing really well in the World Rapid and Blitz. It seems like you're getting back to your peak form.
Yeah, I've had a streak of really good results. Before London, I mean, they were not very big or very important events, some of them, but I've won like 4 or 5 in a row, I think, which was remarkable because I usually don't win like many. It was also largely because some of the events weren't very strong, so that helped. But still, yeah, I feel very good for sure. It's normal that I should be around my peak at this age. Of course, I have to sometimes a little bit adjust my routine because now we have kids at home and they're quite young. So probably my real peak logically should come in maybe 3 years. That's probably when I will really peak in terms of my level. I'll be 34, which is just before you get old as a chess player, and I'll have probably the best situation in terms of my experience and my home situation, so probably I'll peak in 3 years, but now I'm doing quite well, so that's good to see.
I mean, I really like your approach that you're planning everything a bit ahead.
Yeah, and also in 3 years, like Magnus will quit for sure, and Fabi will probably lose motivation as well and start family. So essentially I'll be dealing with kids who have already been disillusioned, like Abdusattorov and Praggnanandhaa and Arjun. They will no longer be as excited as they are now. They will realize that they are basically peaking and that life is, not just sunshine and roses. So I think, yeah, I'm gonna peak in 3 years. Probably that's when I will become world champion too.
Anish, you're a father of 3, and perhaps this question is the best to ask you. Now that Magnus is about to become a father himself, can you speak about the challenges he may face and what kind of challenges you faced during your chess career?
Yeah, it's really interesting because the first child you have, it's a lot more emotionally overwhelming than what you actually need to do. Basically, there's not that much to do actually. I mean, it's all quite basic in terms of but it's the emotional part that is really, really difficult. Because if the child suddenly sneezes or something, you have total panic, and then you start Google what if a baby sneezes, and then it says, is your baby under 3 months old? And you say yes, and it's okay, then immediately call the emergency, and then these kind of things are there. Also, you're just overwhelmed, and it will be difficult at first to structure your daily and routine, because you basically had a system for so many years where you are in the center of it and you're able to control your time properly, and with the child you have to restructure. So it will probably take some time until you're able to restructure your situation, Especially I imagine for someone like Magnus, because he had everything arranged so professionally. He's had managers and people taking care of everything, and he could just show up and play chess and prepare. And when you have a child, I think the manager won't really help you there unless you have a really good manager.
Can you give him some clear tips?
Well, I mean, I don't think that much can help. Just should be ready for difficult time. But I'm sure he'll, as being very, very smart and person, I'm sure he'll be able to set it all back up after a year perhaps, and be back on track. Find new motivation to continue and pursue his goals.
Absolutely. And my last question is about the field. Just shortly, tell us what you think about the participants.
Yeah, it's a good one, because you sort of have some insight there that I don't know who is playing, but I already know a few participants. I saw Fabi today at breakfast. I saw father of Gukesh, so it's highly likely that Gukesh is playing, because otherwise why would his father be there? I also saw Gajewski, which is probably coach of Gukesh, so he's also probably not playing. So Gukesh is very likely in the tournament. Fabi is probably here playing as well. I knew Magnus and Saric are there. This I knew. I knew that Magnus and Saric are playing already before. Prepared for both of them, Magnus and Saric. I saw Abdusattorov too. You told me that Maxim is not playing, which is disappointing. Yeah. I saw Duda. So, Duda is also here, I guess. There must be a few more players, but probably the most important ones were already in. Oh, I read Praggnanandhaa is playing on Twitter. So Praggnanandhaa is playing. There must be a couple more left.
So are you looking forward? It's about to start.
Yeah, I'm really excited, and I'll see all the participants at the opening ceremony today. So then I'll be really ready. Yeah.
Anish, it's always a pleasure to see you, and thank you for all your answers. Wish you the best of luck in Zagreb tournament.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your answers.
Thank you.
When you come to Croatia, you have to bring your compass with you.
You have to visit our national parks.
You have to climb the highest peaks.
And ride the wildest winds.
You will never walk alone on these hiking trails.
You have to raft here.
Fly there.
Cycle everywhere.
You have to come to Croatia. Croatia, full of adventures, full of life.
10 years, one legacy. The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest, then off to Zagreb for the SuperUnited Rapid Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
Welcome back, everyone. We only have one round to go, but let's check the standings.
Please.
We already have a champion. Congrats again to Magnus Carlsen. But there's a big fight for second place. It's a tie between Wesley, Jan-Krzysztof, and Gukesh.
pairings for round 18, the final round.
Final round, and since Magnus already won, we're gonna watch the players who are fighting for second place. Our key matchup will be Pragg against Gukesh, the all-Indian matchup.
Wesley Fabi, also great. Anish Giri versus Duda. But if you don't mind, the marquee matchup for me in this round would be Pragg versus Gukesh.
I
Let's
agree
do
with
it.
you. I think we should go with that game.
And will Pragg play the role of a spoiler for his countrymen?
Will Gukesh win the final round and finish in second place?
Well, there we are about to go to the Westin in Zagreb and see the players taking their seat for this, the last day of Blitz and the last round.
Well, did you notice, Yasser, how all of our contenders tied for the second place play with the black pieces? So that's something unusual, and
yeah,
because I don't quite remember somebody that's the penultimate GCT event, but for a lot of them, for all of them, it's very important, of course, to grab those GCT points, especially
Absolutely.
since Magnus winning the event eliminated 13, the biggest number of the GCT points. So it's all about those points.
Indeed, and that fight for the playoffs, wanting to be in the top 4 GCT point getters, as we see our players are taking their seats.
For the last round, I can't believe it's all coming to an end.
I know, it happened quickly. And it felt a little bit strange. Magnus kind of backed his way across the finish line at the end as some of his rivals lost.
Magnus's ability to just save any lost position is fascinating. But Gukesh also redeeming himself today because he won 3 games against very strong players. The last one I remember was Fabi, against Fabi.
After a disastrous day 1 of Blitz, and no other way, no sugarcoating that, but scoring 1.5 points out of 9 was a disaster. But today,
not so bad.
Not so bad.
And he is sharing second. You know, even Gukesh is allowed to have one bad day.
Makes us all feel a little human.
Our champion enters the hall and is playing Ivan Saric in the last round. But as we said, we are going to follow Pragg against Gukesh.
Exactly.
These 2 players will be facing each other for the next decade in every event.
Exactly. And when I think about Arjun as well, and B3, just blitz it out.
No big opening theory discussions in this game. D3.
Okay, that for me is a combination of those 2 moves, B3.
Because you expect E3, right?
Yes. And Gukesh is saying to his countrymen, I'm going to punish you. You can't just give up the center, allow me to take control of the center so easily, putting my pawns on C5, D5, E5. If it's black to play, black wants to play the move D5, D4, shutting down.
That would have been very nice for black. That's why Pragg just took on D5 immediately. But this setup, I always hated playing this from the white side.
Agreed.
Black has better center, more space.
It's not the Maruxi bind proper, because the C3 pawn, for example, should be on E2. But playing on the white side against the bind, not a lot of fun.
Not pleasant.
In this particular iteration, by the way, the move C3, I think, was a very good decision, because you do want to play D4, and you do want to combine it with Rook E1.
So
Rook
should
E1 and
black
D4.
play Knight C7 just against D4? Maybe to stop it, because now Pragg is ready to play D4 right away.
I think it's a good decision, as is Rook E1. Rook E1 is kind of a nice touch, because after D4, the E file will be open, so why not have the rook already posted on the E file? And now it's time, D4, and he's not missed his opportunity. Takes.
We can take everything.
And then, well, I want to play Rook E8. I want to invite you to let me attack F2. So I'm looking at E5 takes D4, C3 takes D4, Rook E8. You know what? This is going to be a draw sooner than we expected.
Well,
uh-oh. Hold on.
Different decision by Gukesh.
Gukesh has spotted a trick.
But computer doesn't like this. It got a question mark.
Is there a chance to capture and capture?
Maybe we just move the knight from d2 to stop knight d3 from happening.
Like knight c4, for example.
Yes, or even knight f1.
Just get out of the way.
Yeah, because knight on d4 is misplaced.
Okay.
And e5 pawn is under attack, right? After I move my knight. So critical moment for Pragg to find the right move here. He went knight e4.
I mean, he understood
Missed
that
opportunity though.
Knight f1 was much better.
Turns out knight f1 was more than +1 for white.
Wow, that's unfair, because this looks so natural as well. I mean, again, from white's perspective, he wants to play a3, drive the knight back, and then capture in the center.
Can black play this crazy move f5 here?
No.
I'm not sure you're going to play.
Guess what? Oh, boy.
Gukesh heard you say no and
no,
said yes, right?
And he wants to prove me wrong. Okay.
I'm a little worried.
I'm capturing
yes,
this guy.
And then bishop f1 ideas, but
well, I want to play a3. I want you to go knight d3 so I can show you my brilliance.
No, I'm going to step back with knight d5 for sure.
Exactly. And now, do I jump in with, yeah?
Pragg did so.
I've got g4. I've got the potential of f3. The bishop is temporarily shut, right?
It's not a happy bishop.
No.
We can take the knight and go rook d8.
Makes sense. Knight takes e5. D takes e5. Okay. Do I break out with
f3? I like f3.
You like f3?
I think once you have a chance, you have to take it, because if you don't manage to break this pawn chain, black just will be much better.
Because the bishop will be frozen out. Yeah, here I'm a little bit hesitant to play f3 because I'm also potentially eyeballing f4. He decided on f3, and I think he made the right choice, did Pragg.
And you know what? If knight e5, you might be able to take on e4 right away.
Oh,
isn't that beautiful?
That's pretty. Knight takes e5. I'm not interested in playing d takes e5. I'm interested in taking the pawn with my rook so that I can play d4 takes e5. I love it.
We see
nice.
Bishop e5, but Pragg still has that option, taking on e4 first.
Ooh.
I think that should give him some advantage.
I think you're right. I like it. But
and
are we adverse, really, to d takes?
No, that also looks fine, and he's taking on e4.
And he has.
It's getting sharp. Remember how 5 moves ago we said this will be a quick draw?
Not anymore.
These players don't make draws. I think when we saw their head-to-head, there's like no draws.
Yeah, they are maximalists. They play really hard against one another. Rook takes e4. I do spot the move queen f7 because there is queen f2, right?
Scary check.
So I have to actually capture, and he did.
But the two bishops, I mean, they have to be better than two knights in this open position.
Oh, for sure.
Just what's the accurate move? Where do we... Ooh, immediately. Queen. I thought we had to move the queen first.
Well, we do have queen h5.
No. At this knight f4 going to h3, there is rook f2 coming. I think Pragg just missed this idea, and Gukesh now back in the driver's seat.
Really? Uh-oh. Hold on. So... Oh. I wanted to play queen e2, knight h3. Not a good idea. Sorry.
We have to go queen c2.
Queen c1. It's kind of a... So I'm thinking queen c1, knight h3 check. King g2, rook f2 check. King h1. Looks a little bit
The other
weird.
rook can come to d2 as well. What do you do?
Oh, no.
That's
sorry.
just
That is
over.
not... That is not what
Maybe
I wanted.
Pragg has to consider g takes f here and just play down a queen with rook and bishop. That's an option.
I think it's a good decision because the initiative that black is having.
Yes, bishop e4 was just premature. He could have played queen e2 a move ago, then take on e4.
Okay, how is he meeting knight h3 and rook f2? I understand h7 is hanging, but once the rook comes to f2...
Oh, rook e2, rook e2.
Ah.
Rook e2 is his plan.
Okay, good.
But Gukesh could play knight f2 and just take the bishop on e4.
Yep.
And then You're left with the worst bishop on b2.
By the way, is there a perpetual as well?
Yes, because you're not going to play king g2, right? And
allow queen h3.
But Gukesh probably needs a win if he wants to fight for that second place, because two other players have same points as him, and one of them could win.
He's just played knight f2, check.
King g1 we are expecting.
We don't like king g2, queen h3. But look at this.
Maybe queen h3 is just one check. It doesn't actually achieve anything. But it's so tempting to give the check.
It certainly is. Huh. I'm
fascinating position.
I thought that black had a lot more in terms of having a dangerous attack. Queen h3 check, king g1. I don't see an immediate follow-up. Knight takes e4. I go rook takes e4, keeping rook on d2 out of the game.
Yeah, Gukesh has taken a long think.
The clock times?
A minute and a half for Gukesh, minute 45 for Pragg.
So
it's not obvious at all how black should continue.
Advantage on the clock for Pragg, but for the moment, white is a pawn to the good.
Knight d4, interesting move. Got a question mark.
Interesting but bad.
Why is it so bad?
You allow queen c4, guys. Queen's traded out of the woods, no?
But is that so bad for black?
Makes sense. Well, it's an extra pawn, and I'm not getting mated.
I forgot white has an extra pawn.
Yeah, I never forgot that. That was all.
Wow, queen c4, yes.
Is there? Yes, he's played queen c4.
So maybe Gukesh should have played something like knight a5 and not allow queen c4, and also attack b3 pawn at the same time. Because now it's maybe play for just two results.
Yeah, if we see queen takes, pawn takes, knight takes e4, rook takes e4, knight e6, black is playing for the blockade, and I think it's a very, very decent blockade, but there's no, I mean, it's a two-result game. I'm with you.
And Gukesh on the clock, 40 seconds now. He's taking too much time. But he realized allowing queen c4 was just a big mistake.
Exactly.
Now he has to save this endgame down the pawn.
B5.
I like that move.
B5? Queen takes...
You're not a fan?
I don't feel it, no.
Knight e6.
Knight takes e6. Bishop to c3. Eyeballing a chance to play bishop to b4. If I could play bishop b4 and...
Maybe he wants to go knight e4, rook d3.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, as we know, knights are good blockaders, so knight on e6 is well placed.
Absolutely.
And to update our audience, Alireza has won his last game against Nodirbek. I feel like Alireza woke up a little too late.
A little bit too late. There's rook d2, there's knight d3. I'm not a fan of leaving white with both bishops. I mean, this blockading knight is a good one, but...
Black could also play rook d3 right now.
Rook d3.
I like that move. And it's been played. Because you can take on f2.
King takes f2, rook takes f3, and that is wonderful.
Start picking up your pawns, yeah, rook b3.
Bishop b2.
But now rook b3. And even though it won't change the standings, because Magnus already won, he's also winning the last game. He's beating Ivan Saric. So Gukesh got the pawn back. And both players now down to 15 seconds.
Yeah, this has not been optimal play for Pragg.
And Magnus won his game.
Again, great congratulations to Magnus. He keeps impressing us. And now, whoa, knight takes e5. Whoa. How did Gukesh do that?
I don't know.
I mean, you know.
Rook b1 now, knight d4 or knight d4.
I like knight d4 going after the bishop.
You know, we keep saying it's game
bishop
for two results, but it has switched.
whose result? Oh no!
Oh, big blunder. Knight c4 was a huge blunder.
And now it is an easy draw. Easy draw.
That was so close, Gukesh. But both players down to 5 seconds, you know, very hard to play when you're trying not to flag.
Exactly.
Can he still manage something here? I don't think so.
I take this pawn on a3.
Let's take it and just make a draw.
Knight takes a3, bishop takes.
These players, even when they draw, they go through...
Yeah, the full measure
Yes.
of themselves here.
I couldn't find a good word to describe it.
Exactly.
What we just witnessed.
But yeah, they don't make anything easy for themselves.
Also, in another game, Wesley has defeated Fabi.
Ooh,
That's a big win.
huge
So-
result for our
And
tour
Duda
players.
lost his game, so Wesley in clear second.
Wow.
It's a big result for Wesley.
Okay, finally a draw agreed, and let's
This is
jump.
it. This
that
was
was
the last
it.
game.
That was
All
it.
the other games were decisive.
And
There's
our
our
champion Magnus.
Magnus Carlsen walking out. And Wesley now in clear second.
Well, let's turn it over to Miro. And how did he do it, Miro?
Well, what can I say? Players are very, very tired.
Okay.
So instead of showing you the brilliant moments, I'll show a little bit of, you know, misses and so on. That Magnus Carlsen winning against Ivan Saric, but not winning a piece with G6, G5. Pardon me, but that's a one move win a piece thing. So instead, he took on F4. I don't even know what he missed. So basically this rook endgame, which computer makes a draw for white, of course, but eventually was won. Not very, very entertaining. A quality game of Anish beating Duda, which I think might even have some theoretical significance. This is what I wanted to look at. Fabi losing to Wesley rather than Wesley beating Fabi. It was, at some point, it was a very, very interesting game. Seriously, like very well played. And at some point it turns into a blunderfest when they were both very short on time, and also the position was very complex. So knight to e3, what's happening? White is an exchange up, but the black somehow has a mass of pieces in the center. This bishop is somewhat stupid, and there is something happening on this long diagonal. So the game's not over, and in fact, computer says it's close to equal. Rook d to c1, now black's supposed to be better after knight c2, don't ask me why, some complex variations. Queen a6, a bad move, and now it has to be equal. However, a5, now black's completely winning. Knight c2, brilliant move found by Wesley. Rook a4, black's completely winning. d3, rook e4, so you would think, okay, that's the end, finally. Now, there will be a completely kind of 180 turnover. Queen c6, white's getting better position.
Look at that.
Queen
move,
b5, rook takes d3. And the trap is that after knight e1, I don't know what he was thinking about, queen takes e2. Believe it or not, now it's +4 for white.
Yeah, white's half material.
Black will win the game. Knight takes d3, rook a1, so now this is safe, right? The a-pawn is running.
How did Fabio lose this?
h4, and yeah, like a6 was winning anything, but yeah, a6 good, h3, queen f3, queen b2, +5.
Oh no.
With more or less, okay, I wouldn't say any move, but this is the fastest move to win in a terrible, terrible blunder.
Knight
because you're
f2.
saying, they take the rook, I promote, I have two queens, and then knight f2, the bishop is pinned, you have to take. Then it takes one queen and then takes the other queen and checkmate.
Okay,
so
just a second.
What a terrible blunder.
That is blunder of the century.
I have blundered a queen.
Have you had blundered two queens?
But I've never blundered
with one
two
move?
queens with one move.
Well, jokes aside, it has to be a very, very painful loss. And in a way, it's good that it happened in Blitz and the tournament that, well, wasn't going for you very well anyway. Because, like, blundering something like that in the last round of a good tournament.
Blundering two queens. Rook f1 resigns.
Any move but a7.
Yeah, but like control the diagonal, and you think, that's the most painful. You think I increase, kind of enhance control over the diagonal, and turns again. Now you have two queens, and yet it's not enough protected.
Now, this is a type of
not F2.
blunder that just haunts you for the rest of your life. Yeah. But let's go back to Zagreb, and here final.
Thanks, guys. For the final time here in Zagreb, Croatia, it is time to crown our champion. To join us, Marin Mariusic, the president of the organizing committee, as well as Michael Khodorkovsky, the executive director of the Grand Chess Tour. Michael, I will give you the first word.
Thank you, Cristian. Today we finished our European legs of the 10th anniversary Grand Chess Tour, and we keep tradition going. And thanks to Magnus Carlsen, who repeated his successful result here in Zagreb, and again won Rapid and Blitz SuperUnited. And our congratulations, and we look forward to see him back here in his favorite city of Zagreb. And let me introduce Managing Director of SuperBet and Director of Organizing Committee, Marin Mariusic.
Thank you, Michael. Magnus, congratulations. Thanks, GCT, for allowing us to welcome this extraordinary event. Thanks to Croatian government, Ministry of Sport, and SuperBet that we done an amazing tournament. This is 10th anniversary of GCT, 6th time in Zagreb. Every time when Magnus comes in, wins. So hopefully see you next year. As I have to tell you, that your announcement that Zagreb is the best city you ever go to was really great for Croatia, and I mean Norwegian tourists like Swampas this summer because of you. Thank you very much, and congratulations very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Magnus, continuing on that note, is Zagreb still your favorite city after winning yet another event here?
I enjoyed it here. As always, maybe it was a little on the hotter side this year, but it was still very nice to be here.
Many competing emotions for you throughout the event. Obviously, you were not happy after Rapid. You came during the first day of Blitz and you showed your power. Tell us a bit about your emotions right now after winning yet another Grand Chess Tour event.
I don't know. It's nice to win a tournament. Apart from that, I felt that I struggled most of the event, and I think partly because it was a very, very strong field this year. It was there weren't a lot of weaker players really at all. I mean, we apart from Saric, of course, you know, it wasn't obvious like who was going to score poorly and who was going to score well amongst the others. So, it felt that, especially in Rapid, at least for me, chances were kind of hard to come by. And yeah, I mean, I had one good day really, which was yesterday, and that turned out to be enough, which was a little bit lucky, but it speaks to the fact that it was a fairly even tournament overall, and nobody could really, break away from the pack. But it doesn't feel like I won. Really, it feels like I just came here, played all right, and nobody really, did anything special in the end, and then I usually end up winning.
You definitely had a great day yesterday. A lot of things have changed. Your wife was in the playing hall. Your father also made his way here. How important is your support system in these tough moments?
It's great to have support, but on days like today where I can feel from the start that it's not my day at all, then it's limited what they can do, unfortunately.
I have to tell you, you've won 10 out of 12 Grand Chess Tour Rapid and Blitz events that you've played. How are you doing this type of feats?
Well, it's 27 games. That helps. That helps a lot. So that's partly what I really like about the format is that it's a lot of games and you have time to come back.
Well, thank you very much, and once again, congratulations, Magnus, for yet another victory. Guys, for the final moment from Zagreb, Croatia, back to you in St. Louis.
Thank you, Cristian, and we have to add also our lauds. Congratulations, Magnus. We didn't realize it was 10 victories out of 12 in the Rapid and Blitz. I mean,
That's
winning one of
yes,
these
bravo.
events, they're so strong. They're so incredibly strong. 10 out of 12, really, really an outstanding effort. Our congratulations. But also, we were talking about Wesley and Nodirbek also having outstanding Blitz results.
Let's take a look at final standings, see how they finished. We know that Wesley in clear second. Congrats, Wesley. That was a nice finish.
Huge to win that game against Fabi at the end.
And Gukesh finishes in clear third because Duda lost the last round. And Alireza and Jan-Krzysztof share fourth. It's kind of a big change. And Fabi in seventh. Nodirbek surpassed Fabi. We did not expect that.
That last round loss by Fabi, it's an incredibly costly loss. Wow.
Nodirbek did amazing in the Blitz. He got 12 points.
Incredible. And Gukesh is going to leave Zagreb with some very, very mixed feelings. Like, outstanding in the Rapids, but he got himself.
He knows what he needs to work on. Blitz. There's nothing more to say. He just needs to practice Blitz and playing with 2-second increments.
And Miro, some things that stood out for you as we just got those final standings there?
Well, I was thinking about Gukesh, to be honest, because, yes,
me too. I had
the Rapid ends, and we hear Giri's interview about how this is a change of an era and so on, era of dominance of Gukesh starts. And let's be fair, we were a bit ironic about this.
Yeah.
Which panned out the very next day in Blitz, that when he almost fell apart. So going today's day, I wasn't sure what's going to happen. So in a way, his clear third,
is
can be a success, right? Because before the tournament, before this whole thing started, remember his chances? He was one of the bottom.
0.3.
Not only for winning the event, but basically we expected him to finish in the middle of the pack. It was an outstanding Rapid, but then it was a disastrous first day of Blitz. So he managed to recollect himself, and he actually proved that he can win these events.
Yeah.
He did not win this particular one, but this result, I think, is very important. In fact.
Yeah, absolutely. To come back as he did in the second day, very, very impressive. And we have many more events to go.
Our summer of chess continues. Up next, we'll have 2024 U.S. Juniors, Seniors, and Girls Championship. It'll be in St. Louis from July 15th to 25th.
Always a fun event. For me, it's a reunion, those seniors. And then when I see the juniors and the girls, and I think to myself, what fabulous new generation is coming. Not to be missed. And what about our Grand Chess Tour?
Shortly after that, the Grand Chess Tour players will come to St. Louis to play Rapid and Blitz.
Right.
And then the final event, Sinquefield Cup, before the finals.
Exactly.
The top
before
four
the playoffs. Yeah.
will go to Sao Paulo, Brazil. And we should see, after this event, we'll have updated standings in Grand Chess Tour and see who is leading, because they only have 2 events left.
Absolutely. We have some.
See, we're not allowed to pick Carlsen because otherwise all of us would have chosen Magnus.
But I was happy with my pick as well, Firouzja.
I think we completely failed the prediction game. So the only thing is who's done the best.
I'm blaming Zagreb and I'm blaming Anastasiya.
We didn't
and
even
Cristian.
get top 3 players.
No.
I'm blaming.
But that's why we are experts, right?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Wow.
All right. And once again, our champion.
Yes, let's take a look. Congrats again, Magnus. That's a beautiful trophy. He has 10 of them already.
10.
10 of them. Well, thank you everyone for watching. That was a fantastic event. So much excitement.
Thank you.
It's great working with both of you.
To you, Miro. It was really nice. And thank you for watching. We will see you at future events. for sure, and good night from St. Louis.
Thank you, and see you again soon.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.